Welcome to PBKC Streaming Live. Streaming Live. Streaming live in West Palm Beach, Florida.
And welcome in, everybody. Thank you for joining us right here, coming at you live-ish from the Palm Beach Kennel Club in beautiful West Palm Beach, Florida.
We're live.
Why are you touching me?
It's not a figure.
Stay on your side.
It's not.
Mommy's touching me.
It's not AI. It's a real.
All right. Thank you for tuning in, and we're bringing you our weekly Friday 10K Guarantee buy-in tournament feature to final table. I'm Matt F. I just had to get that in. I was waiting for you to introduce yourself there, Oak Tree.
And I am
Oak Tree.
That's right.
And we are starting off, it looks like 29 players remain
Okay.
in our tournament feature to final table. So let's head on over to the table. They're getting ready to start.
Someone says you have a nice ring.
A Stanley Cup championship ring.
And they're back in it, right? The
Yeah.
Panthers
That
trying
was,
to fight for two.
One of the players, a friend of mine, he's not here at the feature table, of course, but he mentioned it, and I said 6 more wins, and this one's going to be obsolete, and I'm going to have to get another one.
Or two. You can't have two on, no?
I don't know. It's when I was up in Toronto last month, they told me it was tacky to wear it.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
But walking around with 2 of these things on might be a bit much. It's not going to stop me from doing it, but you know.
Yeah.
All right, but we're not here to talk about that anymore.
Cards are in the air.
Exactly, cards in the air. Here in our Friday weekly $130 deep stack 10K guarantee, which we shattered, by the way.
Usually do.
Yeah, 18,100 in the prize pool today.
Nice. Rebels here. Texas is saying hello.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen.
Rebel and Texas are in here. Well, I don't know how much gentlemen they are, but you know.
If Steffi Mo was on the mic, they would say hi to Steffi.
Oh, they absolutely would.
They
But
never say hi to us.
Yeah, I know. We suck. No. Do that Wayne and Garth, we're not worthy bit.
Right.
We're not worthy.
Got some familiar faces on this table. This is just the feature. We are going to play this to the final.
Feature to final. 4 tables in action right meow.
Yeah.
That probably won't last, though. We're at 29.
That's quick.
So we should be consolidating before too much longer. And also paying out 21 spots today, so we're not quite at the money yet. Starting the stream here. 21 get paid. 29 players in it. If you're following us on Twitch today, you can hit !payouts, and it will display the payouts for you, at least the top 10 spots. Thank you, Oktay. Everybody kept making fun of me wearing shades whenever I do the show, but I had a practical reason nowadays with these lights right in our face.
I felt like
now I need the shades.
I felt like French fries on a heat lamp.
Golden crispy.
Table 5, pick up.
And here's Steffi Mo. Everybody's saying hi to Steffi Mo. Nobody's saying hi to us.
They're all saying hi to Steffi Mo. She's not even on the mic.
This is hilarious. She's actually waving at you guys, even though the camera's not on. And even if it were, she's standing behind it. But so I have to tell you, she's waving at you guys right now.
Mm-hmm. He's allowed. Okay, great. Joey commentating. Joey Dolan's going to be on the mic. I guess he's got some things to say.
Joey D, Boston's finest.
He actually told me that's what he went to school for.
Being Boston's finest?
That's exactly what he did. For broadcasting or something like that. He was going to be in the biz.
He's going to show us how it's done?
Yeah, he's going to show us how to enunciate. So Chris went all in with
Pronounce
5.
all of your R's and T's when you speak. Yeah. And speaking of players not lasting long, here we have our first all in. Chris is 5s. Yes, Joey's actually getting changed for this. He's taking it very seriously.
They wanted the cape and everything. This is great. Oh, you want to do 3, or is it just you and?
Yeah, man, scooch over. Well, no, I don't have the camera on.
Does these other mics are working? No,
that one wasn't.
Yeah, here, hold on.
You might have to futz with one of the other two.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Yeah, that one's working. It's Joey joining us. Yeah, let me give him a little screen time.
Hey, everybody. I'm here. I'm a little disheveled.
The difference between
Today was a very busy day.
See, Joey doesn't believe in the playoff beard.
No, my playoffs are over.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I wasn't even going to go there, and then I thought about it. I'm like, oh, right.
My
Celtics
playoffs are very over.
The Celtics didn't make it. Not that I can talk. He got trounced in the first round.
Yeah. Go Panthers, though. They got this.
Those words are cursed, so I'm going to knock on this wooden table a little bit.
They got this.
Now I'm going to knock a lot on this table over here.
Steve's got ace-queen on the button here.
He does. Oh, that doesn't work.
Whoops, wrong button. Sorry, everybody. There we go, right button. I can do this. I am capable.
And then Rich is calling with ace-3 suited.
Oktay saying, hi, you're sitting right next to him. You kids in your technology, man. You can just speak to the guy.
So let's see what Steve does here with an ace-queen flop. Steve is definitely he's a C better. If he raises, he knows to come out firing on a board like that. There he goes. Steve takes it down. Easy peasy.
One of our dealers dropping by. My French is, what is that word for Miss Annie? Pâtissière? Am I saying that right? Mm-hmm. As in someone who bakes delicious confectionery goodies. But she does not appear to have brought any. Dag nabbit. No, I know. She got on me. I hit the cookies a little hard, and she's like, hey, those are for everybody. Knock it off.
Let's see if Brian plays this. He's got a queen-jack offsuit.
Rebel Poker says, I wish PBKC would have a 100K tournament in June. Well, you'd be the guy to talk to about that, yeah. Mr. Dolans, Mr. Tournament Director.
Yes, we are.
What about that?
There'll be one in July, as you know, but we weren't able to do one so quickly after the Moneymaker.
Yeah, we're all tired.
Yeah.
Oak Tree's over there laughing. Did you put in like 50 hours a week?
We had so much going on here that.
I almost got in trouble for that. I was working a little too hard, and they're like, "Hey, slow down."
We have a huge bar poker event coming too. That we would have had to do a 25 table bar poker event and then go right into a multi. I wouldn't have any dealers anymore. But we're gonna have an awesome tournament in July. That'll be July 10th through the 13th. Day 2 will be on my birthday.
Oh, you mean you're working on your birthday? That's dedication right there, buddy.
Yeah. Both players flopped a queen here.
Queen 10, Queen Jack. Roy's got some big old kicker problems.
Yeah. But Brian also has to be worried about his kicker, so he is not raising.
Ooh. 2 pair on the river.
Imagine a bet and a call.
This just accentuates the...
or a check.
The kicker problems.
Yeah. If they're going to check, Queen Jack's going to take it.
You know, well, I mean, I kind of get it. It's just I've heard nice hands so many times. I've never once said that when I lost. Maybe I'm just a bad sport. I mean, I don't grumble or pout about the hand, but they're nice hand. I'm like, no, I don't get it.
It'd have to be a really nice hand, and then I'm saying it.
Is there at least a month? Well, there is now.
Moneymaker ended on the 13th.
Right.
June 4th.
I was going to say, because we're not having a June one. I said there is now. Yeah. Steve with the Kingas. 20K to play. I've been where Craig's at. The suited Jack 10 is tempting. And on the button, you kind of really want to see that flop, but that's a lot of chips, though.
We also would have only had about a 2-week promo period, about a 2.5-week tournament promo period.
Yeah, that's tight.
Throws it off a little bit. Like we could have did like a little small one, but we just weren't able to do the June.
Oh, there's no such thing as a small multi-fly boss. Come on, you know that.
A small leaderboard. Because we do run points, so we have a leaderboard, and then those players do get into whatever event we're running.
We don't do anything small. Everything's like a massive extravaganza here at the Action Palace.
It's really this bar poker event is what did it. On June 1st, we have the MPPT main event here, and this is the Bar Poker League for South Florida. This is their main event, so everyone who played at a bar and qualified in the top 10 or the bar leaders, they all come here. And this is about a 250-person invite-only event.
Oh, so does that mean I don't have to volunteer? You have to be invited.
Because it's invite only, and there is no actual buy-in. All 250 players are here at Shuffle Up and Deal.
Nice. Spoiler alert: they're not going to be here. we're gonna have some fashionably late players.
Well, for that a bit, but it's like there's a lot going on there. Chris got pocket queens here. He is all in 32,000. Roy's gonna look him up with fives. Rich is still behind here, but seeing the call, he knows to get rid of the ace queen.
Ooh.
Got queens versus fives. Here we go.
An uneventful flop. Good news
flop.
for Chris. Oh no! He's drawing to 1 out, and that ain't it. Oh. I've always said that about two ladies at the same time. They can make all your dreams come true, or they can cost all your money. Sometimes both.
Tough break for Chris there. Roy hits a set of fives.
2 outed, yeah.
Takes it down. Should be close to 3 tables. I think we're at 28.
Oh, we're definitely there. We started with 29. Yeah. On the delay, and I did take a sneak peek with this 30-minute delay, and we got down to 24 fairly quickly from the start. Gravity's a thing. Be careful. Wow, you should go for that thing if you ever get mugged. I mean, I heard the way it thumped. It's like a weapon. Just chuck it at the guy. Put a dent in his skull.
I have dropped my iPhone so many times. This thing is made of steel.
Really? With the way it thudded? I thought it was like made out of titanium or something. It was like dropping a gold bar. Boom, boom. All right, we are definitely consolidating. I'm guessing that's what the delay is.
They're at 6 players, so they're seeing if they needed someone here. But at 29, it's unlikely.
Yeah.
I think because we might have lost a player on our table as well.
Oktay isn't even here, and he's making fun of you. Not very wise. Somebody wants the same 3-table rotation with no breaks at the next tournament, don't he? This is why I can't do a tournament.
Today was a tough one.
I would definitely abuse the authority.
We had 181 players today. It is Memorial Day weekend, so it's nice to see such a good turnout.
Oh, yeah.
This Friday is awesome.
Very busy.
But
I wasn't up here, but I know because I didn't have. I had like a 10-table push because they said all the dealers were in tournament, so there's nobody to. There's no breaks in cash. Yeah.
Here's Daisy sitting down. Okay, looks like we are continuing here. They were waiting for action at the other tables to finish.
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Okay,
We got players.
now more waiting.
Yeah.
It's like the Harry Potter ride at Epic Universe. You wait so long, and then you get to the ride, and then the ride's down. More waiting. Don't sue us, Universal. Full disclosure, we did get on the ride, and it was a lot of fun.
With a Harry Potter ride?
Yeah, we did have to wait,
awesome.
though. We had to wait twice. First, we had to wait to get on the ride, and then it got delayed. So we had to wait some more. But then we got on it.
I love the Hogwarts ride. Is awesome. It's the coolest. You could just spend the whole time in that building, just seeing all the paintings. It's awesome.
That's because you haven't been on the Ministry of Magic ride yet at Epic Universe. The theming and the queue.
Are you the Silver Fox?
Oh, I'm
It says
absolutely
Silver
not.
Fox and Joey on the mic up there.
Silver Fox and Joey on the mic. No, Steffi Mo wrote that. I got some gray in my
maybe
playoff beard, but I don't have any gray in my hair.
Usually Jeff Charlton is known as the
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Fox, so maybe we get Jeff in here sometime.
I already went out west.
We are down at 27 here, so we did.
All right, consolidation. All right.
The top 21 are getting paid. They're going to go hand for hand at 22.
But there's a catch.
Dave's looking down at ace-9 here. Ace-9 suited. He's been short stacked, so he's been waiting for a hand. I know. He's been
And he's only
he's been
in
talking
33.
to the all tournament about about him being short stack and surviving. So. A few aces were out there. That we folded.
Treys.
Let's see if threes call if they want to do a flip.
Yeah,
They
that's
do
against
Dave
an all
likes
in.
those.
That's tough. Yeah, Treys. Although it'll take them better than deuces.
Dave only had 41K there, so that would have been it for him.
Massive commitment.
Dave could have pocket sixes, and that would be it. He takes it down. Got a little Buddha statue in front of him. All right, Craig. Craig's going to have pocket kings here. He raises up to 11,000. See if anyone's behind him. And it takes it down. 11,000 was it. No one had a hand.
I just can't get past Oktay calling you smooth in the chat.
Joey Smooth. No. I'd like to come in here more often. I really like being on commentary.
Well, we'd like having you. I found that since Tom Brady retired, Patriot fans they're a lot more tolerable than they used to be.
We're just living our best.
I'm
life.
not,
That's it.
seething with
It's like being
hatred and
retired.
anger every
No,
time I see you
everything's
like I
good.
used to.
Yeah. I mean, the Panthers got.
I mean,
this.
not you
You know?
personally. I don't mean you. I
Yes,
just,
I get it.
especially during football season and all
Yeah,
that.
we've
Boston
had-
fans wearing that
we've-
Patriot stuff.
We've
I'm
had
like,
some
ugh.
rivalries back in our football days. That's for sure.
Well, the Dolphins would have to win some for it
Yeah.
to be a rivalry. To be fair.
Well, David's moving it all in with ace queen here. Dave is playing his sixes. He's got a pair. He's been waiting for a hand to double up. We have a race.
Yeah, definitely watch the roast of Tom Brady if you haven't already. It was
Oh my
hilarious.
I can't believe the roast of Tom Brady. Like, just can't believe what they said and did. It is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
I thought they
Like,
pulled their punches. I mean,
I was unbelievable. And, like, it makes you like Brady was such a good sport for all
Right.
that because they, oh my God.
with his millions of dollars
They
and
just
his
trashed him. But
like
he's like, I made
$12 million a
$35
year
million.
just to
Come on, this was the
talk
easiest thing in the
about
world.
right.
All right, let's see this race.
Ace Queen, pocket sixes, classic coin flip,
The sixes are all in. We have board pairs.
and there's the ace.
turn.
Dave needs a six, and that's not a six. David gets the ace for overkill.
Dave makes aces full.
Dave on Dave crime there.
Yeah, Dave squared. Dave's been waiting for a hand. He finally got it.
He
in.
got one,
was
and
close,
then
close to the money.
Texas sub says, "Go Raiders." Wow, thought he was from Texas.
Man, that's a Tom Brady guy right there now. Tom Brady's part owner of the team.
Yeah.
Raiders have a bright future.
I mean, they don't, but.
I mean, they had a good draft, I think. And they got Brady at the ship now.
Okay. You know who else said that? Or something similar? The Washington Wizards when Jordan bought part of the team, and we all saw how that went. And now he owns part of the Hornets. And where are they?
Hornets
good player does not mean good owner.
No.
They're not synonymous.
Joe's got pocket sevens here. Brian's calling him with Jack 10 suited. Nice calling hand in position. Jack 10 hits top pair. Joe's going to bet out, as he should, on a board like that still. You're hoping your opponent called you with an ace queen or something. But once he gets called, I imagine he's going to slow down now.
Turn out, Joe picks up a little hope.
He still wants to slow down because he is scared of this flop. But he gets a free look now.
And nope, there goes the hope.
This is going to go check, check. And Jack 10's going to win it.
Ooh, that's too bad, Rebel.
Oh, wow.
I will say this for the fans at Vegas, though. They have no fear. I was out there on game day one time. No intention of going to the game, but everybody was walking down the strip on their way to the stadium. It was September, and everybody was wearing black. I'm like, you people are out of your minds.
Raiders,
you have to be dying.
Raiders fans are built a little bit different
because they come in different colors. I'd be like, isn't it silver and black? I think walking around for a few miles to the stadium from the strip, I wouldn't wear black.
There's a certain type of Raiders fan. Let's just say.
I'd probably be in on like a light white T-shirt and carrying the jersey. Then when I got there, I'd put it on.
All right. Rich has pocket fives here. He did raise it. Joe limped in with a 10-9. I imagine he's going to call that. Roy's going to get in there with this 7-8.
Suited connectors.
You know that 7-8's in here for a small raise. Cha-ching. Joe's loving the odds here with 10-9. Okay, and Steve got in with ace-10. Four-way flop here. Almost 50K in the pot, so whoever leads out whoever leads out here is going to make a substantial bet.
AJK, a game of Scrabble broke out at the poker game.
Yeah, I was imagining Steve's going to fire out here. He's firing only 20K.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't want to scare everybody, you know?
You kind of do. In a four-way pot.
Yeah.
That's a 40,000 chip bet to me.
Right. I would think with that flop, you'd want one caller, you know, somebody play along. But you're right.
Brian with ace-4. He's going to limp in. Let's see what David does with king-queen here. He does raise it. He's later in position here, so a raise is more likely the further you go.
Yes. Oh, so he's got a pretty big range.
Vic.
He's one of our more aggressive players.
Vic is calling with his 9-8 suited.
Little suited connecties.
Okay. We got straight draws here. Vic did outflop him with the 8. David is going to float one card here.
Ready for.
See if Vic bets again. He's going to take it down if he does.
Yep, yeah. He's.
A check would have been a big mistake there. Good bet by Vic. David just calling the flop. It's unlikely that he's got a jack. So his 8 is most likely good. And it was. I dealt in the box today for hand.
Nice.
Yes.
It's not as easy as the dealers make it look, is it?
It was. No, my pitch was wonderful.
Pitch was
My
wonderful.
pitch was fantastic.
He's bluffing. I raise.
Gary flopped the nut flush. Sorry, Ryan. I know Ryan Walker was the lost the hand, but it was a good one. Roy with the Jack 3 lead out on that flop. Just take it down.
Well, I thought you meant you dealt.
No, I didn't know the stream.
On the streams,
I've
right?
wanted
With
to.
those cards, yeah.
I want to see. I don't believe these dealers. Those cards are fine.
I mean, they are, to be fair, but like if you don't deal with them like that much, it's a bit of an adjustment because they're a lot thicker. So it can kind of mess with your pitch a little bit if you're not used to it.
It should be 26 probably right now. Steve at 10-8 folds. Craig's going to fold. You know, Roy's got that queen 10 on the button. It folded around to him. Let's see what Joe does here. Let's see if Joe re-raises or not. He does. He does 3-bet out of the small blind.
He wants the action.
He knows Roy's got a pretty wide range here too, so a 3-bet there is a good test of what Roy has. But also dangerous because you're doing it out of the small blind. So if you get called your first act, which is never good.
Yeah, kind of a cautious play to be sure. We're not.
You never want to be first to act.
We're not at the money yet, so.
If you just stuck to the rule of poker, it would just you only play hands in position. That's it. Don't play early position at all.
Well,
ever.
a lot of players don't.
You'd be surprised how
Don't
well you
follow
can.
that, right?
We'd be surprised that's it. Just
Well-
don't ever that's it.
Boredom at the table is such a real thing, and it's like your biggest enemy
Yes.
in like a long tournament. Because at some point, you're trying to play like textbook style,
Yeah.
play right, get it in good, that sort of thing. But you might be card dead for an hour or hour and a half.
You don't even necessarily have to have premium hands. You just always have position, and then that's it. Just play your whole tournament from there. There we go. Rich with the threes coming over the top.
He's ahead.
This is a big bet for Craig to call here. He's not going to call with ace
Yeah.
10. Nice 3-bet out of the small blind there from Rich. These pocket pairs are looking invincible. These players here, they love seeing that. Let's go.
Steve with the hockey
Steve
sticks.
with pairs. He is going to raise a pair every time he gets it. Steve is a pretty aggressive player when he has hands. He plays his hands aggressively. He doesn't limp. He doesn't.
He came to play.
Yeah.
Did not come
Which
to
is also a
spectate.
good strategy. If you're going to play a hand, you need to be the one raising it.
If you're in it, be in it.
Don't be the caller. Be the raiser. Okay, 3-way action here. Everyone's pretty equal. Threes are behind, though.
And
Queen
David
Jack.
outflops everybody.
Big flop for Queen Jack. Oh, David is checking it.
A deuce.
This is an action board, though.
So
Sevens,
icky.
pair sevens hate this board.
Yeah.
Threes hate this board. But I imagine David's gonna. Was waiting for this. He's gonna raise. Yeah.
Nothing like being ahead and
Steve
getting
knows to
bet
get out.
into.
That is a terrible flop for sevens.
Yeah.
All connected. Cards people like to play. No good.
Blank on the board.
Let's see if Brian's only way to win this is to bet. But
Oh, well, he's not going to win by checking. That's for certain.
yeah, he bet out.
Yep.
He bet out. No, I know, but he bet out and he showed the queen and folded. We'll have to see. Yeah, he must not have had threes then.
Michael W. says, let's go Mets, baby.
David saw the hand, showed his queen, and then folded
Right.
it. You know what I mean? So, okay. I was like, maybe he had gone all in, actually. And then David, he just folds the queen right away and shows it.
I do not know how accurate that is, Michael.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
I'm still in hockey mode. All I know is the Marlins are not good.
David with king 10 suited. Brian's got queen jack. He's going to raise up to 14. Let's see if David's re-raising. He's going all in here over the top of that.
He took that last hand personal.
Yeah, I guess so. David's re-raising 160.
I'm kidding. He's not tilty like that.
Yeah.
David's solid.
Brian's had a pretty wide range here. He's been involved a lot. So
Queen Jack. I mean, I don't hate it, but
pre-flop 14.
for 164K, I don't love it either.
It's so much. Brian's got so many chips too. That 150 would be it's not worth it. He'll posture a little bit. You got to Hollywood a little bit.
Right. You can't just lay it down if you're going to lay it down. Thank you, Michael. That's appreciated.
Brian getting really close with that bet.
Yeah, I was like, he might be Hollywooding a little too much now.
It's fine. You have to push it forward. He did. He called.
Okay, he calls. He says, "Let's go."
He was hoping as a race, and he does. It's close to a race, a little bit off. Queen Jack's a huge call there. He's got to hope he's up against like a pair, against pair nines or something, or like ace king.
Well, for sure he was folding. All right, king 10 suited.
And it ended up being better for him than he thought. He's not dominated, which would be the key. You know.
No, nada. Well, he's dominated now. Well, maybe not. Nah, maybe so. So David, big double up with king high. It ends up being.
Yeah. Only Poker was saying Brian had king queen on that hand.
Right. The card reader
so
slight malfunction. He did not have pocket threes.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if that was threes, that was
because no, he showed his hand, and it's the card reader said threes, but he showed his hand. I'm like, wait, and
it's like, I thought
that's
that
not
sense.
threes. Yeah,
that makes sense how it played.
Vic not respecting the Kennel Club hand at all.
All right, here we go. Craig and Joe. Craig was in the big blind here with his 10-4. That should end this hand right away. We are running a night tournament tonight. We have another 130 deep stack.
I don't know if the mics are picking that up, but Joey's phone just getting boom, drops like a stone.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, pretty smooth, right?
You're gonna break that thing. I would say that if it wasn't, like I said before,
That's how you
a block of
into
titanium.
The promotion of the night tournament.
That is a mic drop moment, or in Joey's case, an iPhone drop moment. But be here, PBKC, all of our tournament action.
As we're saying, tonight is a 3K guarantee, another $130 buy-in. Pretty busy weekend, being Memorial Day weekend. So
right.
Here tomorrow is a $300 black chip bounty tournament. That tournament's been
Nice.
super popular. It's double points, 10K
Double
guarantee.
points. People love
This
that
weekend's been
tournament.
rocking. That tournament's really, really good.
It's the kind of tournament that makes me wish I could like quit for a day,
Yeah,
just so I
it's a
can
good
play it
one.
and then get rehired.
Yeah,
But it doesn't work that way.
30-minute blinds the whole time, 25K stacks. It is very nice. But tonight, 1:30. Come check it out. Same tournament. I'll be here. I'm running the night
And
tournament tonight, too.
what's the start time on that
I'm
tournament?
doing the double tonight. 6:15.
6:15 in the PM.
They reg till 9:45.
8:25.
Joey putting in them hours. Gotta save up that money. Get him those Patriot tickets for when they're down here. Because what are they 0-6 when?
Yeah.
And the Dolphins are 6-0 when you
I-
go. So yes, please
just
go
need
to
to hit
that
up
game.
Bonnie.
You know what? I might treat you this year. We'll go just
Okay.
so you're there, and the Dolphins can win.
Both players flop aces up here. I imagine this might get some fireworks. If I need Dolphins tickets, I'm going to my buddy Monty.
Okay.
Monty's got them for me. He's not giving me Dolphins Patriots
No.
tickets. No. All right, they got a
Still
hard draw
kicker
here.
problems, and ooh, that's a chop out right there.
Chopperooski now. Probably pretty safe to bet.
Yeah, you gotta bet him out. Otherwise, no, it's a
This
call.
is a call. Chop, chop.
Run, go, get to the chopper.
Oh boy, we were waiting for it. It was coming, guys.
Well, I didn't do it last time, and people were like complaining. So,
I mean, I almost expect it.
yeah, I mean,
I
you
forgot
gotta
about
give the people what they want, you know.
Gotta give the people what they want. Currently 24 players remain. They are 2 away from the bubble, so they can go hand for hand soon.
I keep listening for the tournament director to declare hand for hand. And, oh wait,
Nick is currently running the tournament for me. Nick Bavosta does a great job. He does Fridays and Saturdays a lot of times for me.
noise.
I'm very fortunate to have a really good staff of people I can trust and run any of the tournaments, even these big ones. Brian raises up a Queen 10 suited. That is my favorite hand. That is a beautiful, beautiful hand.
Interesting. Where's my notepad again? Okay.
Nah.
So if I'm ever at the table and Joey
King
raises
Queen's
me, he's
okay.
all like, you know what? I bet she's got that Queen 10 suited.
King Queen's no good. King Queen just gets you in trouble.
It might be good here though.
King
It
Queen,
might be good here. We
King
don't know
Queen
yet.
makes you lose to Ace King. See? Queen 10 safe. Watch this 10 on the turn. Doink. No.
You're gonna kill Oak Tree over there.
Brian's going to call. He did hit a piece. He is the chip leader. Ooh, the board pair.
Ooh, I was gonna. Yeah. Well, not. Well, yeah.
Uh-oh. It's coming.
Gonna say there's still outs, and that's one of them. I was gonna say a king on the river
Okay.
can dodge the chop.
I thought Matt was going to do...
No.
Gets the choppa again.
No. It's once per show. That's what keeps it fresh. I was gonna say a king on the river though. We'll avoid the chop.
Yeah. Get to the chopper, die with Smackdown.
Ah, a Philistine. I see.
Yeah, a bunch of folding around here. Let's see if Roy does something on the button. Good time to get squirrely. The small blind and big blind both have ace-6. They all have a 6 in their hand right now.
Yeah. 6 on the flop.
6 deuce deuce.
6 deuce deuce. You're here for the pain, ain't you? I was gonna say 6-5. Oh! I was before the flop. I was gonna say 6-5 ace would have been just
Man. So they both
the
flopped
maximum
out, too.
pain.
Both flop aces up. Let's see if Brian tries to. Yeah, he might try to fade, try to hit 2 pair as well. A 5 on the turn would be disastrous.
That
But
depends
no.
on your perspective, but nah, it's probably not
Joe's
happening now.
going to. Joe was waiting, checked around, got the bet. Now it's time to jam with your top 2. Rich has got a call, I imagine. How do you get away from this? I'm like,
Ooh, he doesn't.
Alright, Brian's like,
he
alright,
says,
I'm out.
"No, let's get
look at
some
this.
more."
Watch this. They're gonna flip it over and be like, just keep it there, guys. There are backdoor diamond outs here.
Yes.
If this turns a diamond, then it's gonna be.
No, it's done now.
Rip it out. Okay.
Only running diamonds. I was going to avoid a chop that time.
Okay, here we go. Play continues. Tough table here. A lot of our regulars.
Yeah.
Solid
players.
Everyone at this
right.
table is a
It's-
regular and plays this Friday tournament every time. So good to see.
And this is kind of a tight part of the tournament, like
Oh, yeah.
right before the bubble.
Yeah, this is before the bubble.
So
There's-
you're really not going to see that kind of reckless abandon you might see sometime,
No.
especially in the bounty tournament.
Yeah. I mean, this table's been fairly loose here. Ace King for David. Let's see if he gets some action.
I just say that because the action at that bounty tournament. Definitely tune in for that stream tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Because it's less about the prize pool and more about them bounty chips. So
Right.
Guys go head hunting.
Oh yeah,
in
the
that
prize pool
game.
is huge. So David min-raised here, and Brian looked him up. Brian flops a gut shot. David's
Drawing
gonna
a
lead out with
one
top pair,
card.
but only 6,000. This is a min bet. Brian's gonna stay in. He can't say no to 6,000 with the gutter.
Deuce of clubs.
That is also known as a brick.
Bink. No help. Alfredo says, "Let's go, Roy."
In the industry, we call that a brick. Let's go, Roy. Yeah, Roy's been playing tournament. There we go.
Says,
Brian.
"You know what? No
Says
thanks."
That was enough. Maybe the most David could have got out of him there. He got him to put 6,000 in a min bet with the straight draw. We got a bunch of mystery hands that all folded. 7 deuce. Rich has something playable. He's playing on the button. He's got a king 10. He just called. Brian jack 8 out of the small blind. He's looking to raise here. He knows David's pretty tight in the big blind. And Brian's definitely played a lot
That
of
in his
hands.
hand's pretty lousy.
Yeah. Yes. That's how.
that part
if
helps.
you want to know how to make your hand better,
Right.
by raising. That's what you do.
Jack
Okay.
8, King 10.
Anyone's
There's an
spot.
8 for Brian.
8 for Brian. Board of 8, 9 deuce. You got to think a jack 8 is most likely good here. Rich is looking like he might want to take a card. He's got overs. But there you go.
Yeah, that's about a
does-
third of his stack
he
to
does it.
call.
Yeah,
that's not
good-
you can't
good
really
bet.
call there. That's
Good bet
either
by Brian. Smaller bet and
come back over the
he might
top or
just-
fold,
just
and
call
he
king
chose
high there.
fold. Gave him the Kool-Aid Man answer. Oh yeah.
So the blinds were 3-6, but Rich put 10,000 in. He put 2 reds,
Right.
which is a call. But that's why David was wondering, like, did you mean to actually raise there?
Yeah,
And
he
said yes, he did.
He meant,
But once
or
it was
he missed,
called, yeah.
you know, the announcement that the blinds were up.
Yeah. All right.
Four-way action.
We got four-way action with the
Don't
mystery
know what
hand.
David has.
David called out of the small blind. Craig was under the gun here with his
Not
ace
quite
six.
sure if he put his cards in the box. That might be why. We
got-
don't know what he has.
Queen tray, 2 clubs. Craig flops the nut flush draw. David's leading out with mystery hand in the small blind. A three would probably lead out here a little bit. But Craig's got the nut flush draw. He's not going anywhere. He decides to raise. Oh, he didn't raise then. I can't see the chips sometimes. 9 comes off on the turn. David's all in.
Yeah, David's
on
not
this
playing
one.
around. He's he really wants
David
Craig to
must-
go away.
Yeah, David must have flopped a queen here. Then that is a strong move from him. I can't imagine. Maybe a 3 if he's afraid of the flush draw.
That's definitely a get out of my pot move.
That had to be in like a queen rag out of the small blind. I like the mystery hand sometimes, actually. Especially right
You
there.
get to
'cause
practice your
there's-
reading skills
Yeah.
a little bit.
How would you read that hand? Like, you'd have to think he's got a queen, right? All right, here we go. First place again in this tournament, $4,700 on a Friday tournament.
Yep, hit exclamation payout.
Yeah, that is.
If you're on Twitch,
we're
and
getting
you'll get the
close
top
to-
10.
That's close to tax paperwork. If you win more than 5K, what's the buy-in?
Ah.
If you win more than $5,130, you will have to pay taxes.
Shows you what kind of
If you're
tournament
paying
player I am. I
taxes,
mean,
you know,
right.
That's
I've
a
won.
good thing, though. That means you're
Yeah.
winning some good money.
I've won tournaments, but I never had to fill out tax paperwork.
Brian's got kings here. He raises it up. Brian's a dangerous player to have with a really premium hand. He's been involved in a lot of stuff, so he's going to get action. Okay. Craig is all in here. Craig was all in for just under 30K.
Jack 10
versus
offsuits.
Kings.
Oh, two per.
Craig. Okay, we
Wow.
Brian needs a king or a 3.
And
Or 4.
that's
That does it.
that's
Jack
not
10.
it. Jack
10's
10.
the hand that survived. People, that's the one they want to, Craig short stack goes with the Jack 10 and hits 2 pair, doubles up.
And he is rewarded
Big double
for
up by
his
Craig.
boldness.
Now, if Craig knew he was up against kings, he wouldn't have called. But he's up against any kind of ace. Anything where he's racing and not dominated, he is good to go on that hand. Any pair under 10s. Oh, Joe's got aces. Roy's got 6s. Roy's going to raise with his 6s. Let's see what Joe does. See if Joe smooth calls for 3 bets. He's looking for a 3 bet here. Raise up to 30,000.
I think there's too much action behind just to call.
Yeah.
Because you don't want too many people in you with aces.
Joe's a pretty tight player. He's tight aggressive. So he's not going to just call with aces there.
Yeah, I wouldn't want 4 or 5 people in a pot with me when I have aces.
No.
I want to try to isolate. And does exactly that.
So Roy's in for 14 here, right? 16 more to call. Roy's going to fold
Ooh, and decides to let it go.
Good fold by Roy. Joe shows the bullets.
Oh, I wouldn't have shown it, though. Information is valuable.
That was very callable by Roy, too, right there.
Yeah.
He could have called and tried to spike a set. Some people would tell you that you should call there and try to spike the set because your implied odds are the entire stack behind it. If the set comes, it's not just what's in the pot, it's the 150,000 behind it because that money's going in. Craig is in with the king 4 suited. Roy picks up aces now. It's his turn.
What? Roy with the aces this time.
Roy
That's
gets
nuts.
rewarded for his nice fold.
For his patience and his discipline.
And then wakes up. Oh, look at that. It's actually jacks. Those aren't aces. Wait a minute.
Wow.
I trust nothing.
I trust nothing. I mean, it's still solid against king 4. It's just not 81%.
Those aren't aces. Oh.
And it's too bad for him that they aren't.
I mean, king 4 was actually in much better shape, but
no.
the jack, yeah, aces, jacks, yeah, whatever. They win. yeah, whatever.
Would that be the perfect storm of eliminations? Because I thought I heard somebody on one of the other tables get out. Did they knock multiple players out to get down to 21 with that?
Okay.
Okay. Nope. I was wrong. 22, not
I can hear
21.
Nick. Yeah, we are down to the bubble here. We're gonna go hand for hand. Just too many people. I'm gonna let everyone on a secret. They do not pay the bubble.
Spoilers, man.
There's one spoiler alert is that you will continue to see poker. Well, I guess you would no matter what, but. No. When they're paying 21 places, there's no bubble paying. They're not. The 21 players have to pull $10 out of their pocket. It's
Right.
Not happening.
Yeah, that would be kind of nuts.
Yeah, and I know that like the field of players left, there's some no choppers, some no bubble payers, which is fine. Steve flops Jack 9.
Open
Roy
ender
flops
for
open
Roy.
ender. Very nice. Let's see what he does here. Good chance to play back. Some players would bomb a raise right here, like a huge raise coming right in. Really put pressure on the 9. Roy with so many chips, that would put Steve in for all his money. Steve would, yeah, he did it. Roy did go all in. I know Roy. I know.
Said
Mega.
all your
I was
chips
like,
to play.
A check raise of all in is really strong here. It really puts Steve at it in a real tough spot. And Roy did it. Steve eats a pretzel. Take a sip of his beverage. Think about this one. It's a real tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, if
real
I
tough
flop
spot
top
for
pair
Steve.
with a decent kicker and somebody just shoves on me, yeah, I'm
Especially
gonna have a drink and
when
a thought about it too.
When they check raise you is the thing.
Yeah.
But the pot's got 286K. Steve's got 60 behind. It's 4-1.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking a sip of my beverage.
You're not feeling good about this
With
call,
that,
but
yeah.
it's tough. Tough spot. Steve does make the call, and look at we're 70-30 here. We heard the call for the all-in,
Open-ended
but we can run this.
versus Jack 9.
Backdoor diamonds are covered. Never mind.
Turn card a deuce.
Turn cards they do. And a jack.
And a jack. So
Steve survives.
Steve doubles up.
Doubles up. Very nice. Roy down to 119. Steve doubles up his 60,000. Just put him over 120-ish. All right, this is hand number 2. During this hand for hand, I am going to pass this off to Oktay again so he can get back on here. I'm going to come back on. Once this hand for hand's done, I'll come back in. I got to set up the night tournament for everyone. Guys, come out and play tonight. 130 deep stack, 3K guarantee. And then, don't forget about tomorrow. Black chip bounty. Oh, yeah. Good luck, everybody.
That was Mr. Joey Dolans, the tournament director himself.
The real life JD.
He's not like one of those tournament directors that sits on like a high chair. He's actually in the field,
Right.
dealing with
the people.
Yeah, he's a people person.
Man of the people.
I love it. I love it. So smooth on the mic. Just nonchalant. I mean, actually, if he was a good car salesman, I would be like, yeah, I'll buy it. Let's
See, you're trying to make up with him because we're making fun of him in the chat. So.
I wasn't making fun of him. I was saying he was smooth.
Smooth with some extra O's.
Actually, you thought I was making fun of him? Ouch.
No, with the phone.
Oh.
Because he kept dropping it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Gravity check. Yep, we're still here. So what does it was Jay bowling before the came to work? He still got his glove on. What's going on there? No?
Raising it.
This hand, no graphics, so we just guess what people are playing.
Well, I'm gonna guess that David wins.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of looking at their cards and making an ick face.
Yeah, but the big blind, he's got a lot of chips. He's gonna speculate and see this flop, and there it is. Tray 5-9. Checks out of position.
Pocket sixes for David.
Yeah, aggressive. It don't matter. That's the whole point in being in position. It doesn't really care what you have your chips, but you're going against the chip leader, so. And that sometimes will happen. The check raise actually puts you to the test. Do you have a hand? We're still hand for hand, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh!
David says,
three
yeah,
bet raise.
I don't like your actions, sir.
I'll tell you what, though. If he lifts his glasses, he's calling. No, he was just testing.
Man, Oktay wasn't just sitting around while Joey was on the mic. He's like sitting back, picking up some tells, doing some studying.
Oh, I didn't expect that. 5-bet jam all in.
Well, he didn't.
He
didn't. Right. The glasses stayed put.
Holy cow!
And he made that power move.
Yeah. Crazy part is there's a 10 high board here, and now we have. There's so much action. It went blacked out. Putting Dave to the test on the money, stone cold money bubble here.
Action went so hard the Stream Deck couldn't take it.
Tough spot for David. He didn't instant fold, so he's contemplating. He might have ace 10 there, right? I mean, queen 10 maybe? What are the hands is possible? He doesn't have a set because he would jam the chips, but he got in already. Fumbled right there. Fumble! Yeah, he's got to fold. Then he shows. Queens? Did he show pocket queens? Wow. And it was a set of fives or five, what is that? 5, 5, 6? Wow, what a monster bluff there.
Not quite get a look at it.
It looked like 5-4, so he had a pair with a redraw to 2 pair. Jack Queen. Okay, so David had Jack Queen, but he didn't have any diamonds. If he had a flush draw, he's going all in, but he didn't, so what a move. And he just heard the man. He says, I'm representing a big blind that he flopped 2 pair. Close. It was real close. And Dave acknowledging that that was a play from the bubble. Woo! Your blind's at 3K, 6K, folks. Thank you for joining us today on Friday. Do you know what today is?
Friday.
I don't know if I can say the word right. The numbers that go forwards and backwards.
Oh yeah, that
paradigm.
Yeah, it's definitely not paradigm. I know what you're talking about.
Parademic.
I don't know the word either.
Yeah.
Did you say pandemic?
No, parademic or something like that. Today is 5/23/25. And just like that, back in the action, Dave in this hand. Brian with jacks, a real solid hand after bluffing the last hand, 85%.
Ooh.
Action here, baby.
The case jack.
And he checks. What a nice trap.
Oh. Dun, 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 dun,
Roy's
dun,
gonna bite.
Dun, 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 dun. No. Roy, don't go in the water. There's sharks in the water. Jaw's going to get him.
Flat call would be superb here. Okie dokie, flat call. Yeah. Don't wait too long because he looks like I always say when people wait too long and make a call, it looks suspicious. I mean, luckily for Roy, he's got complete air, so he's not going to lose many more chips after this. But that's sometimes in position when you try to make that play. Dave gets out of the way with top pair. Doesn't like it in the middle. 7 of spades here.
It's done now.
Woo! Nice little check there, Brian.
Slow played. That looks bluffable.
Yeah, Brian's hoping Roy has some kind of ace in his hand.
Florida Piper jumps in. Palindrome. That's right.
Palindrome. Thank you, sir. See, I know these people know these things.
Right.
Oh, he went all in. What a terrible play.
Well, I don't know about terrible, but
no, when you have V nuts, jacks, full of sevens, unless they have quad sevens, I mean, they're never getting called. Roy just
a value bet probably wouldn't get. I mean, unless the card reader is
that's possible.
Screwing
I guess
that.
you're right. That's a possibility there, but Florida Piper. Yep. It's kind of funny though. It was the 21st through the 29th. All these dates are the same.
right.
And you don't seem too interested about it. Nice play there, Brian. But here's the thing. You're the chip leader. I understand it. Oh, my bad. Okay. Like, you're the chip leader there, and you have I guess it looked kind of bluffish. He was hoping for, like Roy had an ace and was going to call him light, but I mean, even if he checks back, Roy has nothing, so he's not going to make anything on the hand. However, for future purposes, when you have a great hand like that, because they don't come that often, try to extract value, my friend.
Right. I mean, I doubt he would have got called on a value bet with that, but
Roy might have
he was
bluffed.
checking it. That's what I mean. I said, Roy checking it there, maybe.
Right, Roy takes one more stab at it.
Roy might check back, but
I've seen people do that.
Right, at that point, what have you got to lose?
Yeah. All good. Play every player differently. That's the thing about poker too. You know, you gotta really know your players. Maybe he just thought that Roy would just commit his chips, but yeah. Anyways.
But no, I checked there. See if he makes one more step.
I agree with
Like
you.
I said, in all likelihood, with that run out, Roy probably checks back. But
Agreed. But there's a chance.
There's a chance. Right. Very small chance.
Give people the opportunity.
I put the over-under at about 5%.
No, I concur. Can you check the turn? Right. Roy gave up the hand once he got called on the flop. I mean, I agree with you. I had nothing there. But.
I also wouldn't have bet.
Yeah. It's just one of the things. You got to give some players, especially when you start at 11:15, 6 hours into the tournament, 8 hours into the tournament, people make mistakes, and you want your opponents to make as many mistakes as possible. So, all in.
Rich going all in with the suited Kennel Club hand, showing proper respect. Vic has the Kennel Club hand, but it's not suited, so I don't expect him to call.
He does, yeah. This is how you win at the Kennel Club. Row, row. Nice play.
As employees of the PBKC, we actually do not endorse or any specific hands, and your results may vary.
That hand plays so well in this room,
right?
But I've tried it other spots, not so good.
I got a pretty sick double up
Did
with
you?
it. Not here, obviously.
Right.
Playing it in another room, but the flop was 9-9 king.
Oh, that's a
and it wasn't too much to see a flop, and I'm like, well, I'm like, of course, when you nail the flop like that, it's pretty good.
That's when poker's easy. A lot of chips on this table. I mean, I see some stacks here. Steve has a whole stack of reds. Brian's almost running away with a table here. He folded king 9. Shame on him.
The hockey sticks are getting around, and Vic's all in with them.
Roy's just getting pushed around here.
Suited ace. Yeah, but it's ace-4.
Last time I saw
Best.
I saw Roy on this table. I think it was maybe one of the Moneymaker events or the 300 100K. And I was like, Roy, you playing tournaments? Because he's a 2-5 grinder here, He goes, yeah, I've always been playing tournaments. I'm like, oh, okay, bro. I was just saying. Giving you props, man. So
he must not have been running good that day.
Yeah.
He sounded a little defensive.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was like, Roy, I was just saying.
He's normally pretty easy going.
Yeah, very good.
Unless you river him real bad. Then he'll tell you about it for like a month. This dealer.
You're killing me.
Brad, I sit down, listen to what this dealer did to me the other day, and it was like 3 months ago. And I'm like, dude, it wasn't the other day. Let it go, bro.
Yeah, I had to remind him once too. Yeah, he got killed a couple of days, like months ago, and I was like, Roy, man, you don't remember when I got to start writing these things down. He's like, oh yeah. All in here, play here for Roy. Ace Queen.
Yeah, but nobody to play with.
Take down the blinds. Be careful what you ask for, though.
Yeah, you see some pretty good hands get snapped off with the garbage when you push it too hard.
Right, we saw the kings get cracked, right?
Yeah.
With Jack 10, so that goes to show you that things don't always work out the way you want them to, but try to play as most.
I think this game would be a lot more boring if the math always held.
It would be.
Yeah, because you'd never get paid. Nobody would call you when you're ahead.
It'd be a lot less people playing as
yeah.
well. Though. That's the luck factor really makes this game, I don't want to say equal, but fair. So anyone runs good.
There's nothing fair about this game.
What are you talking about? This game is fair, man.
It's definitely not fair. I've been rivered too many times, and dude,
No,
it's not fair.
In the long run, that's another thing. The timeline of poker goes on and on and on.
Right.
It only ends when you stop playing. So everything, there's a balance. You're gonna have good luck and bad luck.
Right.
The difference is.
But nobody remembers when they hit the sick runouts.
It's
always when you get rivered. The guy hit a 2-out or something. You're like, oh my god, I can't believe it.
That's instinctual because your body is supposed to prevent you from pain, so you remember it more. That's why people say, I hate jacks. What are you talking about?
Everybody hates jacks.
I love them.
Okay, you're the first person I met that.
I love them.
I'm just okay with them.
Okay.
I don't hate them, but I'm
Right.
like, I've done well with jacks, and I've gotten crushed with jacks. But
Yeah.
I've heard legit say, "Oh, you gave me jacks again," and then instantly fold, and I'm like,
Either they're all in or they fold, right?
Right.
It's crazy.
they can't be that bad.
No, they're not that bad.
Steffi Mo loves deuces. I'm like, they can't be worse than deuces.
Right? That's true.
I mean, Steffi thinks their jacks are worse than deuces, but
Yeah. She's
that's why I
biased.
keep asking where she goes to play, and please invite me to that game.
So we got a raise here from Steve to 20K.
And then here's
Vic called
Yep.
Queen, Jack, and then an all-in from Joe with kings. So Another oopsies from Steve. That's a big all-in, too.
Yeah,
Not like a
that's
short
yeah. You
stack.
can't really call that with fives.
Now, if Vic would have went all in, he might have called. Now,
Yeah.
why does he go all in with kings there? He doesn't want to go against Steve?
Because they're ace magnets, and you don't want ace rag hanging around.
Yeah. He was just happy with that pot?
Right.
Okay. I'll go with that.
I mean, I don't make this up. I mean, everywhere I've gone, I've heard kings called ace magnets, so I'm like, well, there's got to be some truth to it.
There is some truth to it, and here's the thing, though. I'm going to give you a secret. Most of the time, aces come when people don't want the ace, they manifest it. They're like, no ace, in their mind, and boom, ace always shows up. So why is that? Because they're thinking about it. It's true.
Dude, this isn't baseball.
I'm letting you know.
Can tell you're going to miss me because you're thinking about it already.
When I have pocket kings, I always say king, king, king. I always think about the card I want or need. I never worry about the ace. And sometimes when the ace comes, I still bet it. Like, it's just one card, so.
Like value bet it, be like, to really hit that ace?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
messing with me?
Oh, you feeler bet. Exactly.
Or am I ahead of you?
Right. But that's why ace, it's the one card that you don't want to see when you have kings, obviously. The one card that beats you.
All right, around to Steve with the nines. Nines are solid. Not a fan of the position, but the hand is solid.
I like nines in a tournament. They actually do very well. Your blind's at 4K, 8K, 4,000, 8,000. And the big blind has to put in extra.
40, 80, 80. You ready, Steph? The way they're passing chips around. 40, 80, 80.
So we're heads up here. Nines versus Jack Deuce. There are two diamonds on that flop. Whoa. And Vic says, oh, it's David. I thought that was Vic. Oh, snap
And
call.
we will say, yeah, eights. I was going to say.
Oh, the computer's glitching here.
No, it was just catching up.
Okay,
With
because
a lot of folded
I was
hands.
confused.
It was
nine versus eights.
The graphics were loading up all the folded hands.
Holy cow.
It's like a lag spike if you play online. Yeah, we were lagging a little bit, but then it caught up. So
Yeah, for
we're
sure.
good.
6 trade
I was
6
going to say,
here.
he definitely doesn't have Jack Deuce if he's calling that all in.
If he had diamonds, he would have won. But nines hold up.
No.
Steve knocks out another player.
Nines knock out the snowman.
Does Pocket Nines have a name?
Chad, help us out. If Pocket Nines has a name, I'm not familiar with it.
Not either. Yeah, we gotta create one.
It goes, well, there's so many for aces. If we start with aces, say Pocket Rockets,
Right.
Bullets,
American
and then
Airlines. They have
American
multiple
Airlines,
names, right? Cowboys.
Ducks, Trays, Fake Aces.
Right. For
For the
sailboats, I've heard as well.
Right. What's fives? I don't know, fives or sixes. But
5, 6s, 7s.
Sevens are hockey
sticks, yeah.
Eight is snowmen.
8 is snowmen, right?
Tens.
No 10s.
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of a nerd. There's like a binary joke in there somewhere because it's a 1 and a 0. I don't know.
That's a
Maybe.
good one. Yeah, it could be, you're right.
And then hooks, ladies, Cowboys.
We could call 10s Microsoft.
I think we'd get sued by Bill Gates, so let's not do that.
Bill Gates. He got no time for us. He's dropping computers.
Yeah, but his staff does. They got nothing but time.
Yeah, the algorithm just picks that up.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how we get pitched.
AI comes and says, here's a hand letter. All right.
Yeah, Florida Piper, we're not calling him them that.
German. Wow.
Wow, yeah. I was almost like almost
Stop.
at the mute button. I'm like,
Stop.
you're going to get us canceled. Can you get canceled from the internet?
Cancel culture. Ace 10, 6, all the clubs. Check for Brian. He's still in sneaky mode. 7 spades. Right color, wrong suit. And Dave senses the weakness here. He's going to try to take a stab at it with the pair. All in for 55K. He is short stacked as well. This is a good time to do it. I think Brian's just contemplating because he has 2 overs, a flush draw, and a lot of chips.
So many outs, but
Yeah, it says 13 of them still alive. And he makes the call. We risk it, baby.
You got to risk it to win the biscuit.
And here's River. But bang! 8's no good. David doubles up here. Brings his stack back up to 169K. Nice pot here with 9-6.
Got some consolidation. The eliminations are coming fast and furious now. We're down to 19.
19. The average age.
21st and 20th were eliminated with $201. The next player eliminated will also take home $201.
Your money back.
Before we ladder up to the next level.
Not lather like soap, but ladder like climbing.
Ladder. I said with a D.
You sure did there, buddy.
Let's see.
What are the payouts for first and second?
First place, $4,706. Second, $2,907. Third, $2,099.
Wow.
So basically $2,000, $3,000, and $4,700 for the top three.
I mean, what a good turnout. 181 for this one-day tournament. Missed dealer just sat down and said, let me just try this out.
Well, you got to get a feel for it, you know?
Oops.
A little bit.
All good. We were waiting for the new player to come to the table. That's what we did. Interesting. This table has 7.
Yeah, 7, 6, and 6. 19.
Yeah, that's what I would have to be, right? But I don't know.
Unless,
I was about to say.
I said unless we're consolidating.
It's like interesting.
So
wait a second. I knew that didn't make any sense to me.
Pedro with the hooks going fishing.
Under the gun. First to act. He's like, I just got here. Let's see if he likes
Get
jacks.
a pretty good hand.
Yeah, not bad. And it's good for a raise. 23, I heard. 23,000.
Ooh, Joe with the ladies.
Oh, no.
I call shenanigans on that card reader.
Because he folded? Yeah, I agree with you. So, David wants to mix it up with ace queen here. First hand for Joe. Wants to see Pedro to see what's going on. Here's your flop. Oh, ace 6-5. Spades goes check check. King on the turn. This is why people don't like jacks, but
2 overs to your jacks. Yeah.
And it fires out. Pedro's like, let me see if this works here.
I admire his courage, but he's about to get smacked.
Yeah. Ooh, another spade.
Well, makes it a bit bluffable.
Yeah.
Will we see a continuation? Ooh, big bet representing a flush, perhaps.
Yeah. The only card that David could lose to here is a flush. He's trying to feel it out. Is this guy capable of bluffing the first hand on my table?
It would be the most bluffable hand.
I agree with you.
Because new guy, you haven't played with him much, if at all. He just sits down. You're not really familiar with his game.
And the tough part, too, because we can see the whole card, so, but
right.
You're sitting in that position and you only have one
right.
pair. It's still, I mean, you're losing to ace-king. Obviously, any flush,
spade,
right.
any set.
Yeah, so it's possible. I mean, I could see David folding here. He's thinking about it. He's trying to see if he has the right price, though.
I mean, he does have top.
We see that.
Yeah. No, he sees that. He knows he has top pair, top kicker.
No, but I mean, ace king is.
He's no clue what he's up
Yeah.
against.
Right,
obviously.
right. Such a bad river card for
But
him.
it is. I mean, that spade. Yep. And he folds it.
Ah!
Okay, there, Waluigi.
Jacks are good, you say? Yeah.
They're definitely not good.
They're perfect.
They're good that time.
Position. It's a position bet.
But only because he ripped the flush.
I love it. You ever see that hand, Rounders? They're playing in the deli.
Yeah.
Just jacks? You think this man can be beaten but just jacks? I love that scene. I don't know why it sticks in my head. You don't know what
Movies are...
It's got to be real. It's in the movie.
It's just because I used to enjoy movies like that, like an obscure, like silly movie, like Maverick.
Right.
But since I became a poker dealer, I'm like, no, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. And I'm like, why is Mel Gibson emphasizing the ace of spades in the big dramatic? I said, a 9 works just as good, buddy.
Yeah. the best one was
because he was open-ended. He doesn't need the ace.
The Casino Royale final table, final hand was kind of one of the funny, epic ones.
Yeah, it kind of took the fun out of poker movies for me, becoming a dealer, because I'm like, there's so much wrong with this movie.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, did they have a dealer, like, as a consultant?
Well, I think the Rounders movie is actually based off of, like, real poker players.
Right. No, I'm just saying, but in the movie, there's so much wrong with the actual game.
There was that one hand where he splashes the pie, and
right.
Like, why would he bet 2K on a... Oh, yeah, there's a whole bunch of things. Yeah, but it wouldn't be a movie, though, I mean... So we got Ace Queen versus Ace 8. Larry and Steve going at it. 9 King Deuce on your flop. Steve checked out of the small blind. Larry fires a 25K bet. And Steve folds. Ace Queen loses twice. Both times when they're ahead. It happens. So this table is 9-handed. Our featured table, we're full. Should be 8 players on the other table, the outer rim. Tomorrow's tournament, like Joey said, is a $100 black chip bounty, $300 buy-in, $100 bounty. That's what I meant to say. Correct. Right on top of it.
100 black chip bounty. But if you can't make it to play in our Black Chip Bounty, make sure you tune into the stream. Like, follow, subscribe. Because, I mean, if you want action, I mean, the Black Chip Bounty tournament's where you get it. Because, like I said, a lot of players well, not forego the prize pool, but it's all about those bounty chips.
Chasing the short stacks. I agree with you. A lot more speculative play, people calling. And does a deuce.
It's basically if Mortal Kombat was a card game, it would be the bounty tournament.
Dave went all in there with 9. Yeah. Get over here. So pocket 9's all in. Dave's got a nice healthy stack again. He was on the short end of it and brought it back up. So David has come a long way in his tournament play. Did some studying, maybe took some courses. Solid player. You too can improve your poker tournament.
Not by listening to us, but
do exactly the opposite of what we say. Joe here raised to 20K with King Queen diamonds.
Ooh, Ace Queen suited right behind.
Yeah.
I got a feeling there's going to be some hurt feelings here.
Definitely if there's a queen on the fly. Queen, Trey, Deuce, something like that. Queen, Trey, 5.
Look at all these suited high cards.
Oh, Larry with ace 9 of diamonds. 3 ways. King, 10, 8. Great flop for Joe. He knew it.
Gutter for Brian.
55.
I was going to say a little something for everyone, but there's not much for Larry here.
Not anymore.
Not even a diamond to keep his
not even a
flush draw
smidgen,
alive.
right? You have to go runner, queen, jack, but that's absurd. All right,
I'm not going to say we've never seen it on this stream before because we have.
Right. Yeah.
Just getting an absurd runner, but
we've seen some gross things.
Not this time.
Right. And in Joe's mind, that's how a plan comes together, just the way he planned it.
You're talking like that crazy fool, Hannibal.
We're taking Roy off the table, balancing the tables. The next big blind. It's got to go.
Oh, not Roy. Come on, man. Roy's
back.
like the superstar. He's got the cheering section here in the chat. Don't take Roy.
He'll be back. Rebel, he looks dehydrated. He's like the shirt. Ooh, stifling.
Well, it is Florida. It is May.
Speaking of which, took me like an extra hour to get here today. Went through a crazy storm just out of nowhere. They call that a squall? Is that called? No, I don't know.
I call it living below the tropic line. It's supposed to be like that. If it wasn't like that, it means something's wrong.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be a really bad hurricane season if it's
As hot
if
as
it never rains.
I agree with you. All right, Pedro.
Alfredo says you better be back, Roy.
Alfredo, why aren't you on this tournament? I mean, raise it up. Mid-raise to 16K. Gets a call.
Brian not going to play that suited Nintendo.
Drew got switched to Saturdays, as he predicted.
Prediction?
As he requested, I meant. See? As he requested. He's like, I don't know how long we'll work with Todd. Ace Jack, King Queen, and King
Alfredo
5.
says busted 68th.
Oh, yeah.
That's still almost the top third of the field. I mean, it was a big field today, 181.
Yeah. Pedro takes
I
down
wouldn't
this
feel
spot.
bad about busting 68th. Not 181.
I'd rather I agree with you. I'd rather bust like midway early than like close to the money bubble.
Last time I busted 68th, it was like 70. I said I'm either winning this tournament or I'm one of the first out. I'm all in. Aces cracked immediately.
I mean, I don't want to call Alfredo out, but he was playing cash games last night, so I don't know how rested he was. So. Got to get your rest in. You got to play a long tournament. I would say Pedro's VPIP has got to be up there. Just sat down. He's already mixed in.
Right, he's throwing chips around. He's got a big chip stack. He's applying pressure. But, he's up against it now.
Well, Brian sensed that little, he was in it for a lot of hands, so.
Brian with the suited king-queen going all in.
Yeah, Rich made that call, so the heads up.
King-queen suited against queen-jack offsuit.
Interesting. I picked the favorite.
Bold of you.
I guess Rich was on the short stack. He just decided to go for it.
I mean, he doesn't have a bad hand.
Oh, 10. Oh,
Brian now.
Oh, no.
Back and forth. Exchange. Brian hits the straight and knocks Rich out.
It went suck out, re-suck out. What the heck? Pain, maximum pain.
Now it's time for pain.
That's when you're like, oh, you lost it. Then you're like, oh, I won, hey!
And then, no.
Dopamine kicks in on the river.
It's that meme from The Simpsons. If I pause it right here, you can see the exact moment where his heart breaks.
Alfredo's response was, he left early, but I thought you closed the club down. I was here last night. I saw you here late, but, it's all good. I call you out, I just make it fun. You know what you're doing, buddy. Alfredo is a really good tournament player. Last month, I think he took 7th in points.
Nice.
Yeah. Top 60th, got like free tickets. I wish he would have capitalized on one of those free tickets,
That would have been sweet.
Oh, yeah. Moneymaker Tour. Moneymaker came in himself. He ran it like a wrecking ball.
Don't take this the wrong way, but never sing on this stream again.
No, I'll try, I like to make people cringe. Heads up play. Brian with 7-5. Pedro.
I thought I was a bad singer.
Wow,
Two pair for
listen,
Brian.
Karaoke is all about having fun. So Ryan checks that flop, and it was check back, checks again, and Pedro can't help himself. Got to take a stab at it. Alfredo, don't worry. There's always next time. This is where you drop the hammer. No more free cards.
Sledgehammer. Oh, damn. Now I'm sorry.
Ain't that ironic?
Whatever, don't you think? I was going to say, whatever you got, it's contagious. Stop it.
Listen, it's Friday. Have a good time.
Okay, the ace on the turn, not showing on the graphics. That goes Pedro.
Gives
A
Pedro
gutter.
a
Yeah.
gutter for a jack, right? But doesn't chase it for that amount.
But
Two
quote the
pair.
wisdom of the rock, it doesn't matter.
2 pair good. How many pairs? 2 pair. Look at that little marquee in the bottom. Don't forget to like, subscribe. Doesn't say share though.
Obey the crawl. Also
Right.
share, because sharing is caring.
We're at so many platforms.
Platforms. Platforms. Yeah, that's what
So
we
many
are.
platforms, on X and YouTube and Instagram, and not on Instagram yet, are we? I think it's the one
You're
we're
going to have to
missing.
ask Steffi Mo that one.
Yeah.
I know she's got us on the Discord.
She does.
Yeah.
It's been quiet lately, though. Not too many people chatting in the Discord. Pedro trying to keep his VPIP high.
I'm sure that's what's paramount on his mind.
I want to be the leader of something.
Yes, chips.
That is the goal in tournaments, is to have all the chips
Ooh,
in front of you.
David folds the kings. Saith what?
It's impossible, right?
Not impossible. It's just
Impossible.
the viewers are here for the pain. And ace queen against kings. There's
It's gotta be
pain there.
It's got to be a mystery
Yeah,
on the
it's
card.
probably
here.
a mystery.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like for 130 tournament, there's no way kings are ever like. Even if he showed you aces, you're still calling. It's just. I mean, do you ever find a fold with kings?
Wow.
The only
What's the
situation-
pre-flop raise? What's my chip stack? What's his chip stack? I mean, there's variables, but if I'm short stack, I'm never folding.
I think the only scenario is like the money bubble, and you just want to make the pay or something.
But if I'm the big stack and somebody like 6X's me,
Yeah.
I'm like, well, maybe I think about it a little because I'm probably behind.
Or
and he
maybe
thinks 'cause he's
Grandpa-
got the chips, he's
if-
gonna give me action.
If it was like a super tight player and he raises there, and you can only
Yeah,
put
right.
on one hand.
Yeah, he's only played like 2 hands
Right.
in like an hour.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, I'm probably behind.
Queen 3 versus Jack 10 on a 5-9-5-8 board. And Steve checked twice, so Pedro throws in a bet.
Pedro, some attempted thievery. Attempt nothing. He got it.
Yeah. Well, he does have an open-ended straight draw, so as far as the draws go, he's got the better of the 2 hands.
Neither of them had any hands, but Pedro had the better position, and he used it.
Correct, sir. You too can win at poker. Joey gave you that tip. Always play position. Joey says he's coming back, but I don't know if he's coming back.
We never saw him again. No, I'm kidding. We will.
It was funny during the Moneymaker tour. We had a lot of guest commentators. People
Right.
just enjoyed being on the mic, having a good old time.
I've been kind of mean to him a little bit about his Patriots because, well, they beat us for so long, and now that they're bad, finally after 20 years, I gotta get some shots in. I wasn't like mean about it, but
That team.
I had to
really-
give him a little bit.
I think the Patriots really fell apart when Tom Brady did leave them.
Yeah. Like, was it Belichick or Brady? I'm like,
Yeah.
well, we found out, didn't we?
We sure did. And then Belichick loves the limelight. He has a 24-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah, no, he's living the life. He's like, you know what? I can do this for the rest of my days. I don't need to do football or the stress or the pressure or the media interviews. I don't. You know what? I can just hang out with this college girl and just live life.
Yeah, she's a beauty pageant or something like that. Beauty
I don't
queen. Yeah. I mean, that's bad, but Leonardo DiCaprio's got him beat, though.
Okay,
I don't even know how to say the name.
Are both tournaments going to break? Because it
At the
was
same
like
time?
it was like double bong. I'm like,
Right.
and normally that's a party when I was in college, but
Joe going heads up here versus Brian. 10-8 versus Ace Jack, and your flop is 5 Jack 5. And check bet fold, standard poker. Joe top pair, top kicker, loving that flop. Joe's consistency of betting pre-flop and hitting the flop has been pretty good. It's a recipe for taking in chips. Shout out to B. Let's go, B! That's what the chat's for. Railbirds, say hello. Cheer on your friends. Make fun of them when they make a mistake. The commentator said.
I've heard that. Dealing the cash games downstairs. Why did you say that?
The blinds at 5K, 10K. Someone get that dealer a fan.
I turned the fan on down there before the start of the show.
Yeah.
Somebody turn it off?
I don't know. It's possible. Steve picked up that nice little pot there.
He's breaking that first rule that I always tell the young dealers when they first start. They're like, hey, they're starting out, they're new. They're like, hey, do you got any advice for me? And I said, yeah. Don't ever listen when they first start. They're like, hey, they're starting out dealing. I'm like, no, that's the greatest dealing advice you'll ever get in your life. Don't let them see you sweat.
Right.
Because if they sense weakness, they attack.
Poker players are known to do that, though,
Yeah.
right?
I said, when you sit down and you run that game like you've been dealing for 20 years. Well, welcome to the chats, Blake.
Yeah, how do you say
Blake J. Abbey. That's
there we
Blake
go.
J. Abbey. Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
It's
If I'm
like
wrong, correct me. But
3 people. Blake,
Right.
J, and Abby.
yeah, they're all
three
yeah,
share the-
it's the same account, but they're hanging out. They're watching whatever what they're watching on Twitch. It's cool.
It's been raised. Small blind picking on the big blind.
Blind raising the blind.
You should do that. You definitely should do that. There's some tricky spots, like, people raising for the button. I never give them as much credit as they deserve because I always feel like you should be raising from the button. What?
You would raise like 9 deuce out of position. Don't even try it. Just raise, man. What's the worst that could happen? You get snapped off the other guy's pocket tens, and you're crushed.
Your blind's at 5K, 10K, 10K, so 25,000 in blinds and antes. And now we see again small blind versus big blind. Joe trying to take the page out of the last hand, raises. And Brian's like, to defend or not to defend?
Fight with honor.
He heard you. He's going for it. Queen 7 of spades.
Taking the samurai approach to poker.
Very speculative defending here. And that's what happens.
He should not have fought with honor.
He
He should have fled like Howard.
He should have just folded. Oh, well. He shows him the ace. Of course you got the ace.
Yeah,
of course.
naturally.
I think Joe is 3 for 3 with pre-flop raise hitting the board, smacking it. It's a pretty good scenario. It's called running good. Collecting chips. Nice and smooth. Something Andrew is not. Fading the 3-outers. This never happens. I tell you, they say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I should be like a Hulk. Pretty good, huh? The tart? Oh, yeah, the Cinnabon's good, yeah. Get that sugar rush.
It's always about food on this show.
David with 8s and Brian with ace-jack here.
Joke's on you. I actually got to eat today, so I'm not wigging out.
Oh, nice. Your flop is 7, king, deuce. Check to the 4 of diamonds and all in.
David says, enough of this foolishness.
Yeah. It's like if you had a king, you would probably bet it.
It's like I have 8s and I wanted you to go away. Take the hint, bro.
Yeah. Large bet. It's almost 3/4 of Brian's stack there. So, yeah, hard call. And he folds. Doesn't chase the river.
No.
We know the ace was coming, though.
No.
Love to see a rabbit
It
cam.
wasn't coming.
No?
Jack. It ain't always about the high pair. Sometimes it's about that second pair.
It's crazy, though, when someone makes that call, like they just know it, and then beep, it's like, I knew it. If he had Brian's stack, maybe he might have made that call. And if it was the bounty tournament, then he calls, right?
Oh, he absolutely calls the bounty tournament. 1,000%.
Give me the $100.
It's like, I want that black chip, buddy.
What's also fun that we don't do as often is that progressive bounty with so much action.
That was a lot of action. I made the joke that it's Mortal Kombat but a card game. I'm like, ooh, there's so many times. You hear just somebody just chase and chase with wide open range, and I'm like, and then they get the bounty, and they're like, your soul is mine. Queens and King Queen.
Oh, and all in.
All in. Are we playing the feud?
The thing about David, though, he has used that all-in play a lot. So
yeah, it's a bit unpredictable. He could have.
he makes that. That's why he gets the call, though.
Yep,
He gets
he's gonna
that
get the call.
Because he's
But
seen
Yeah,
that.
he's got a real good one this time.
Right. Solid hand here.
He's not doing that 10-8 offsuit thing he did earlier that he got away with.
Oh, 9,
Wait a
10,
minute.
9, tray, 4, safe for David.
Dodges all of it, and David will double up off of Brian.
Wow.
With two ladies at the same time.
That happened there because
Lucky
of the
guy.
aggression. Yeah, aggression factor. You see a player go all in a lot of times. You're just like, there's no way he has it again. This time he did.
And he did, right. I haven't had a lot of run goods like that, but I've had a couple. You don't have it this time. I'm like, I've only had it all night, but sure, go ahead.
And David's explanation of his hand, a little strategy.
He's like, I looked down and I saw a really good hand, and I bet it, and you called me.
Yeah.
I might be oversimplifying a bit.
Yeah, and maybe David's, the reasoning for going all in with queens, he didn't want to see a flop, but against that hand he did, and he got called. And
But he's also seen a lot of times when he does that,
right.
and he either was just outright bluffing but just caught a card.
Yeah.
So he's like, well, maybe my king queen is good here, and unfortunately, it was dominated.
Correct. Not too bad of a flop, though. I mean, it probably could have gotten in on a flop. 1 jack, 1 king. Different story. Remember that old saying, what time you got? Time to get a watch? You don't remember that as a kid?
Yes, I do.
It's funny how I used to wear
And
a
it
watch.
was grown inducing now as it was then.
Oh, come on, man. I haven't worn a watch in years as well. I know Brian's still thinking about the hand. I could just see the thought bubbles. Sometimes, I guess, even when you're faced, like king, queen, not a bad hand. I mean, kind of.
No, it was a good hand. He just happened to run. I almost said it, what they say you shouldn't say, but he ran dab smack into queens.
But it was
Except
facing.
I'm using the term in its proper context. That's what you say when you run, like just run into a brick wall.
Smack right into the wall. Right.
Right.
But see, the thing of it is like he was
See, now
facing-
Brian's got it, king, queen suited.
Yeah.
And if he were to make big action and be up against pocket queens, that's, I mean, you just don't expect to run into a hand like that.
Well, here's
You
the
know,
flop.
when you have king, queen, you can't expect queens.
Right, you're supposed to have blockers, so that person's not supposed to have the hand. But you know what it is? It is.
But it happens sometimes.
It does, and there's an all-in bet now. Brian, who was once the chip leader, facing a decision for all his chips.
And he's going to go for it.
Why not?
He needs
He's
an
got a
ace,
queen.
a king.
Yeah. Running.
No, I say he has ace 10. He has
Oh,
an ace or a
ace 10.
king, right?
Yeah,
King for the
okay,
straight
sorry.
or the ace.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say.
That's what you said. He's out.
And Brian.
Strike 3. You're out of here. No, not all his chips, though, right?
No, well, the graphics say so, but
We think differently?
it's like in football. When it's like really close, we're going to bring out the chains for a measurement just to make sure. Stretch it out, and yep, first down. You got enough.
I always think it's funny, too, because the guys run out there, and I'm like,
Yeah.
they can just run either way. I mean, how is that so sophisticated? Drop the pole down.
Well, they have to keep the position on the yard line from where the other stick is.
Right.
So.
2 hands. Chip leader to out. The 15th? Do you think he took 15th place?
15th, yes, 15th.
Dealer change as well.
18th through 16th paid $236. Now we've laddered up. 15th through 13th will pay $283.
Ooh. Pay jumps.
A $50 pay jump.
Ooh, yes.
Might be enough to go get a steak, depending on where you go.
That is true.
Great, now I'm thinking about steak.
I haven't had a good filet in a long time. And then I'm watching Gordon Ramsay. He's got these fillets. They're like a loaf of bread. Like, where does he get those fillets from?
Not Publix.
No, definitely not.
No. Must be different for them because they say to get the really good cuts of steak, you got to go to a butcher. But we live in South Florida. Where do you find a butcher shop around
that's
here?
a great
I'm
point.
sure in Europe you can find them on every corner in the big cities, but not a lot of butchers around here or butcher shop. There's plenty of butchers, just they all work for the restaurant chains.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got connections.
I know Carmine's up in Gardens. There's that one.
Pedro with his VPIP. Got to take this spot
Just
down.
bets and wins. Easy game. I wish it was that easy. It's not, though.
They're bringing in a big blind.
Seth Craig says, one day I want to make a final table.
Yeah, come on, play. It's not that hard.
Yeah, when I sat down at the main event at the WSOP circuit, not the main one, in Vegas.
Right.
I just looked around and I breathed it in, and I said, I always knew I was going to make the final table at the WSOP. When I played, I would do that. And then I opened my eyes and I said, you know what? I just thought I'd be playing and not dealing.
Oh, that's
I said, but I knew I'd get here.
Yeah, well.
But I was dealing. I wasn't playing.
How long is it going to take for this big blind to get here?
Did you ever see The Sandlot?
Forever. Seth, do you live here in Florida? You can come play on our stream
You
table.
can make the stream. Not today, obviously, but
Yeah, a little bit. Tomorrow.
tomorrow. Black Jet Bounty. $300 buy-in.
Yep.
You can come on and go head hunting with everybody and
This-
maybe get your way to that final table.
This tournament is a weekly based tournament, so next Friday, the same thing, 130 buy-in, 10K guarantee. Probably one of the best value tournaments that we run here.
We always say how jealous we are of you guys because we can't play in it.
Yeah.
We would absolutely play in this tournament if it were, legal. It's not even a house thing. It's a state law.
It's crazy. Yeah, actually, it's so crazy. I actually thought about giving notice so I could play in the Moneymaker, but then it's 2 pay stubs, so it still wouldn't have made it in time.
Yeah.
Crazy. I wanted to play so bad.
Well, the director, a good friend of ours, he gave me the dates. He's like, "You really want to play?" And I said, "Yeah, I do." And he's like, "Well, we're going to Daytona," and he gave me the dates for Daytona. I'm like, "Yeah, but
It's not the same.
It's not that it's not the same. It's just I don't know anybody in Daytona, which means I have to pay for a hotel and all the expenses along with playing because I can't drive 2.5 hours to and from the room every day to play.
Right.
Like if I had friends in Daytona and I could like crash on somebody's couch, maybe I'd do it then. Play all my days off up there.
See, Seth, that's one of the funny things that you say that because we're one of the few places in South Florida, if the only place, that streams on a weekly basis. So, woo! Look at all the red chips here from Savage.
Yep.
Hello.
Ooh, yeah.
Man, that is a lot of red chips.
Yeah, it is.
Got a new sheriff in town.
So it says Betty and Steve Kennedy know me.
Yeah, Betty and Steve, yeah, both phenomenal tournament players.
That and my wife doesn't like me having any fun now that I'm retired from hockey. She's like, no, you can't go off for 2 days and play poker.
No.
While I'm here with the kid. No. She'd get so mad. She's like, if you sneak off and you play, you better come back with a fat check. You better win that tournament. And then take her somewhere expensive on vacation.
Right.
If I lose, I'm going to be in so much trouble.
Pedro raising here with pocket tens. Doesn't really want any callers.
No, with tens in that position, you just want to take down the pot as is.
And he does.
You don't want no trouble. You just want to pick up a little pot.
Camo hat day. Ha! Alfredo. Hey, listen. If a camo hat made you play better poker.
I'd be wearing that hat every session.
Every time
you
I
know,
played.
this is my lucky camo hat. I always win, so camo hat stays.
So they brought us our Savage and they're taking away David.
Yeah, that's a little loopy.
Balance the tables out. I guess we're at 12. Got to be 12, right? "30-minute delay." That means that we're just talking about what had happened. See, what had happened was.
Our Savage, ooh, yeah, coming to the table, raising it up, oh yeah. He didn't bring those creamer things. Because Randy Savage is the cream, and the cream always rises to the top.
Joe coming along for the ride, so they're heads up here. Small blind versus dealer button, and a 9-10 jack
Ooh, yeah.
flop.
I wasn't even trying to do it that time. Jack on the river.
Right.
Savage is in trouble. Picks up a few more outs, though. Well, chop outs.
Yeah.
7 makes straight on the board.
Took one more peek at his whole cards. Didn't like it. Folded.
They didn't improve.
Nah.
It's like, is it still A6? Yeah? Okay, I fold.
Yeah. And that's the thing. That board's so wet, though. Any king queen's dominating there. I mean, what are you going to do?
You kind of don't want to hit your ace because then you have to stick around.
Right. Yeah.
Get you in more trouble.
And just like that, he's going to take a walk. Said, you know what? I'm done losing.
I lost. I got to go vent my frustrations.
Oh, he came back. Never mind. I'm back. 12 players, folks. Almost close to the final table. When we get to 9 players, we're going to reshuffle up the seats, pick new spots.
I don't think I've been that hungry where a mark of the table would make me
pistachios.
hungry. Right. It's like it's a lot easier when you're playing versus commentating because if you're playing, you'd be all like, you know what? Let me go down to the concession stand or whatever, get a
have the
burger or
waitress bring you some
something.
food. Yeah, it's always great.
I can always get some.
The most interesting food I've seen is wings at a poker table. And I'm like,
what? The first time I saw that, I went because I got tapped out. I was going on break, and then I saw they brought the wings to the table, and I went to the floor, and I'm like, seriously?
Right.
This is a thing? I thought we were like placing limits on it, like because they're gonna get the sauce and the stickies all over the cards and the chips. Come on, man.
Just the other day, girl was eating a sandwich and she had to put extra mayo in her fingers. And I'm
jeez.
like, woman!
Which is nothing against wings. I happen to love wings, but
They're not.
I do not want wings while I'm playing cards.
Yeah, they're definitely not a poker food.
Yeah.
Joe here, waking up with pocket kings. Let's see how he plays them. Pedro folds the small blind, and so does Brian in the big blind. So you pick up the blinds.
The tournament tomorrow is the Black Chip Bounty Tournament. $300. And you receive a black chip worth $100 every time you knock a player out. So in addition to all the usual strategies for tournament poker, add duck to your repertoire.
Yeah,
you will need it.
That starts at 11:15 a.m., correct?
Yep.
Yeah. And I think there's a 2-hour open registration period, so I myself don't play the first 2 levels. I just don't get involved.
So you play it Hunger Games style. They're like, don't go right for the cornucopia right away. Like half the people just get
right.
That cannon goes off.
Oh, speaking of which, you just said that the Universal just opened up an Ultimate Universe thing.
Yeah,
Park?
I was there.
Oh yeah,
Twice.
Whoa.
I'm actually kind of disappointed.
Wasn't that good? No.
No, it was awesome, but the founder of Nintendo was there, and I didn't get to meet him.
Oh.
I'm such a Nintendo geek, and I'm like, Miyamoto-san was there? How did I miss him? It's like a comic book geek missing out on meeting Stan Lee. That's the equivalent.
That's understandable. I'm like, what are you talking about? It looks really cool.
Miyamoto-san, he was there.
Right.
He was in Super Nintendo World, and I did not see him.
Bummer.
I would have loved to have met him one time.
Yeah, for sure. That would have been cool. That would have made your whole experience.
Right. I'm like, all the rides could have been down. And I've been like, I got to meet Miyamoto-san.
Right.
And I was dressed as Luigi. I'm such a nerd. Yeah, Seth, if you can't eat with a fork, it shouldn't be allowed.
Right.
And a lot of stuff you can eat with a fork shouldn't be allowed at the table. Like, 'cause I've gone in poker rooms and excused myself from the table, went to the bar, ate my food like real quick. I'm like, yeah, I can.
I've done that too. It's difficult.
I can miss an orbit or two.
In a tournament, it's difficult. You don't miss
a little
the blinds. But in cash games, I always told the dealer, just deal me out.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
go
that
eat
big.
first, and I'll miss a few orbits, then I'll come back.
Steve here, Ace Queen in the hijack. Oh, Ace King from Pedro,
Ace
all
Queen
in.
suited.
That's a big bet.
Yeah, it is. An Ace Queen suited is really tasty, but I don't know if you can play it in this spot.
I think
Yeah, that's his tournament life.
Yeah, to Pedro's credit or discredit, the speed of which he went all in with.
It was a snap play.
Yeah.
I long have advocated for snap play because it makes it so hard for your opponent to put you on a hand.
Yeah.
Whether it's snap fold, snap raise, snap call,
Right.
whatever it is. Because if you don't give them time to think, you're going to be so much better off.
Well, Steve makes the right play there. He folds. I mean, I say right as in results oriented. Percentage wise, he's dominating. That's why they call it the parking lot hand. Because when you do call, the Ace King usually has you crushed.
Yeah.
So, nice discipline there from my boy. And also, we're not on the final. If he was on the final table, he might have made that call. Already in the money.
On the bounty tournament, he definitely goes.
Right. Maybe. I don't know.
It's just a different element.
Yeah.
A different style in the bounty tournament.
Speaking of last month's player points, Steve was the top 3, or if not first, I think. Did a great job last month playing all the tournaments and winning points and tickets. R Savage raises here from the small blind. Do not adjust your camera. It is 9-4. And the button. Raise from the small blind. Why not? When it's full to you, raise. Keep on raising. What's the worst that could happen? I wish we could take a poll. What's your favorite poker hand?
The winning hand.
Well, that's all right. That's as cliche as mine. I like aces, so, I mean. People are like, yeah, that's so standard. I'm like, yeah.
No, I don't get married to certain popular hands. It's like the winner. That's what I'm after.
Okay.
The winning hand is my favorite hand.
Raise it up here. Queen Jack from the cutoff. Steals the button.
Joe with aces. Your favorite hand.
I bet you he wins.
Well,
Does he re-raise though?
it's 17% among all the hands, and although that's the highest, it's still 17%.
But here's the thing: he put in a nice size 3 bet though. I mean,
so,
I don't
yeah,
think
his odds are not going to be 17%.
Yeah, I don't think anyone calls.
Probably going to be closer to 85.
Don't know what Steve has, but he's pausing here, so he's talking about how there was a raise and a re-raise, so he's just going to fold his queens. And that's it. Larry gets out of the way. Nice size raise. We'll show him. I think Randy's talking to Stephanie here about something. Probably food related. Yeah, win it all and buy us some food. We're going to be here half an hour afterwards anyway, so. Got these regular folds going on. Standard play. On the dealer button, Joe with King 10. Steve had already folded. Pedro with 10-5. Not going to do it. 2 cards that you need to make a straight. 10 and a 5. I mean, if you take out those 2 cards, you can't make any straights. That's what I was going for.
Starting to sound like that Snickers commercial. R. Savage. You're not you when you're hungry. That would be cool if that was how it really worked. Like you get kind of mad because you're hungry, you turn into Joe Pesci. That'd be awesome.
Then,
what do you model, gloves?
Then you don't eat the Snickers now. You get, yeah, no, I don't want to cheat. I like who I am.
Right.
Randy talking about his yo-yo diets. Never healthy. All right, so Pedro limps in here. Brian just checks back. So we got the small blind versus big blind for a flop of King 9 versus 8 deuce. And there it is, 6 queen tray. Don't believe the hype.
The height weight thing says I should be 205, and I'm like, I don't know anybody my height with my frame that's 205
ever.
They're like malnourished.
I myself am 250.
They'd be on like the vitamin IV thing in a hospital if they were.
Maybe when you were 16 years old.
Yeah.
I got big tree trunk legs. I'm broad. Like me at 210 would look thin. Like so 225 is like right where I want to sit. Even at 2014, I got down to like 230, and I was starting to get the jawline and everything even at 230. Yeah, yeah. I always get so close. Like I said, that's what I want to be at. So close, and that's when I start sabotaging.
Self-sabotage. We all do it. Part of life. Raised to 27,000. Story time has ended. Poker time. Picks up the blinds. Go R. Savage. Putting those chips to use. I always like it when a big stack bets there constantly. I mean, it always works until it doesn't work. But we did see earlier, though, Brian, who had a big stack, made that kind of loose call, king-queen. Lost the majority of his chips to Dave, and then lost the rest of his chip.
I always forget they have the TV turned around now. You can just look at the payouts instead of breaking it.
Pedro keeping his VPIP up, 9-8.
Because that's what's important in tournament life.
Brian on the dealer button with Jack 9 of diamonds. Instead of raising, just flat calls here. Larry, Jack 4, and the small blind folds. And is Ravage priced in? Yes, he makes the call for the big blind. Defending with 10-8. 3 ways to the flop.
I believe the answer is Savage priced in? Ooh, yeah!
But that's a good of a flop, though. 5 Trey King. I think we've seen this flop earlier. Once. And with check to Brian, who now has the driver's seat.
He's got the position and the best hand. No chance he knows it, though.
Right. He's bluffing with the best hand. I always like to say, I was bluffing. No, you weren't. You were betting with the best hand.
He was, but he wasn't.
Right.
It's complicated. It's not, though. And I believe with that, the players are on a 10-minute break. Oof. And therefore, so are we. So, while we are at break, please enjoy a new feature we have here on the stream called Handemonium. We're going to be bringing you some highlights and some big hands from the Moneymaker Tour. And we'll be back with more feature table action.
Sell here, gonna raise it up to 6,500 with the King 9.
He's been opening a bunch, Basel. He's been getting a bunch of really good cards. As you saw, he had the Ace King suited. Before that, he had a bunch of pocket pairs.
Maybe heads up to this flop. Deuce 3-5. Neither player connecting. King high of Basel still in the lead.
A diamond there, 1 diamond on the flop.
Check. Another diamond.
The power of the back doors.
This is where I'd expect. I was going to say I would expect the bet from Paul there in a way. I went check on the flop. Now you pick up the.
Right.
But instead,
I'd imagine a call, at least.
What's the bet here? 8K into 17.
Raise. Nice.
26,000.
Wow.
Okay.
It's another way to play it.
It is. It's going to get through, too.
All in.
Oh, is it going to get through?
Wow.
Whoa. What did we just see there?
Wait a sec, man. Is that even possible? What?
Small block, big block.
Wow.
It's a hell of a play. He had
What did we
King
just
9
see
there.
here?
Here's the blind versus blind here. We're going to see Mike limping in with the King 5 of clubs, and Georgia will happily check the 7 deuce.
Yeah. Oh, she flops gold. Wow. And now Mike's going to lead
And
into her?
even better, Mike's going to lead in. He does have a flush
Oh,
draw
that's
here.
true.
So this
That
is
is
an
true.
action flop.
Yeah, it could be. She just says, okay, I got, and then she
yeah,
whispered in his ear, I got a deuce. She
her
leaned
coming
in.
over the top.
Oh, no! 7 deuce for the both. This is one of the hands. What hand are we on?
Wow.
This is crazy. I don't know. What number is this hand?
Which shows up in a little bit. All right, we got 10,000 bet here. Georgia's standing up just to make sure she sees
she's
what.
like, that is what I'm looking at. That's a 7.
No, I know, but it shows in the beginning of the hand.
She doesn't raise. Lets him. You know what? Let the player dunk off the rest of his chips.
And look at this small betting by Mike here, too.
Right. All right, she's like, enough is enough. Yeah, he calls. Now, how can you not fall through there? Oh, man, 7 deuce. He's like, what in the world? I got limited.
That progressed a lot slower, too, than I thought it would. It kept betting like 5,000, 10,000.
Small blind versus
But
big blind.
eventually it gets all in as we imagined it would with full house against second nut flush.
And he's still stunned about it. He's like, what? That's a revolving chair for sure.
Nope. That's Thomas first here. He's well, Thomas is first. He'll fold. Now we're to Israel.
Right.
Well, look at what Diana's got behind him. Kings for Diana.
King, yes. Let's get max value here. She looks at the clock where the blinds are at. We're at 3-5. I want to get value, 15K. Oh, never mind. All in. No value at all.
Yeah, she's still. I mean, blinds at 355.
Oh, my God. New
Whoa.
player sits down to aces. He says, I guess I call. Cooler City. What?
Wow.
Is that even legal? Oh, man. Brutality right there.
What a table change for David right now. Still going to have to hold up here, but great shape.
6 tray 7 flop it sure is.
Spades, though. Back
Oh, spade for king
Diana.
spade. Brick on the
No,
river
7 of
7.
hearts.
Good
So
game,
David going to
Diana.
knock out Diana there.
You know, sometimes in a tournament you wait all day for kings.
Yeah, that's what they call the definition of a cooler there. Aces against kings.
Yeah.
Not much you can do.
No, nothing you can do there. I mean, even if they saw the flop, it gets in the same way. You know?
Oh, 100%.
So
It's all right. We're gonna get there together.
I don't know if I ever. I
As
don't
a
know if I'll
team.
ever get there, Terry.
I would say starting stacks average
Average
stack
60?
right now is probably 60. Yeah,
Yeah.
give or take. We could go
Yeah,
up.
if you
We,
go
we could go up
89
and look at the
half the
screen,
field.
but you
No,
know,
I was
no,
going to
we're
say
not-
the screen's there, but that's
No.
it's
We're
not
not doing
really
that.
it's
accurate.
too far.
That's
It's too far.
30
not
minutes
doing
into
that.
the future.
Am I going to limp 9-8 suited? Adam right behind him with a pocket pair.
I'm not sure. I think that's a little too early position, especially with Mike's stack size to
I
be
would like-
calling with
I like-
8-9 suited.
Listen, man, at this stage of the game, I like the raise or fold method.
Yeah,
it's-
100%.
If you want to play it, just make a little raise, and if you don't want to raise with the hand, then just fold. Unless, of course, Mike is balancing in some monsters.
Airborne
which I kinda
Ranger.
don't know if he is.
Oh wow.
Airborne Ranger says
Speaking
we're
of
in better shape
monsters-
today. 34 left at the second break yesterday. You don't have to tell me. I was there.
Incoming 3-bet from Ryan. Or not.
Hello?
Very sneaky flat here from Queens on the big blind.
Wow,
This
he
might
got
actually
lucky
work out
with
for
that
him.
flop.
Yeah.
Nothing on the flop. Great
This
news
might-
for
and a-
us.
Oh
and a
wow!
check.
Look
He
at
was
the check.
Full trap mode from
That
Ryan
is
here. Yeah.
that is an impressive trap.
So, if you're trapping pre and you're trapping on the flop, do you check raise here or
100%. Yes,
I mean,
this
yeah,
is the time.
I think
Yeah.
this is the
the
perfect time.
If he's got aces or kings,
for
it
the
is
check
what it
raise.
is. But this is the one.
There's no way you can. Yeah,
Oh, he's going big.
I mean, there's
I feel like just all in. Why even put in like 35? Just get it in.
when you have like 40 or 50. Yeah. Or you could do. I mean, I guess you could do like a small
is-
raise to like 25, which is still half your stack.
Yeah,
and
but then you're gonna let in all the flush draws in for a cheap price. I mean, this has got to send in
Here's an
alarm
all-in.
bells for
Finish him.
we're gonna have a snap call. And Ryan is gonna be huge favorite here.
Gino says, "Oh, now you realize you got me," but in fact, he does not. Gino, you can't always be right, buddy.
Yeah, Gino's always right sometimes.
Deuce on the turn.
And a very trappy play from Queens pays off for Ryan. Max value on a 7-high board. Queens versus 10s.
I mean, it's a good trap.
Keep it on. Note it, but maybe it's not. Note it, but maybe it's not going to be in the top 5. Maybe. It's a pretty. It's an interesting play from Ryan here. Very trappy and very well disguised monster queens on a 7-high board. It
couldn't
really
have worked out
for
any
him.
better with that flop. I mean,
Correct.
7 deuce 4. I mean,
7-4 deuce.
You know,
10s never folding. I mean, there's a lot of flush draws and maybe a top pair A7s that maybe Ryan could be check raising with.
All right, folding around. Rich probably wishes he was on a Poker After Dark right about now. I was joking, Rich.
oh, he's showing it. He's showing it. The whole reason he's doing it so he can show it.
So he can show everybody 7 deuce.
Yep.
That'll be sick. And he's got Mike thinking about it.
Oh, Mike's calling. Mike's for sure calling. He is out of position.
And yeah, we're doing this. Big raise to 7 deuce. Mike gets his jack. Rich is, well, he's not drawing dead, but he's drawing life support. And he's still betting. I admire his tenacity. Now Rich is drawing dead. They needed runners.
Rich is never drawn.
All right, and we are back. We hope you enjoyed Handemonium preview of some of the best hands from the Moneymaker Tour, but we're coming at you back live with Pedro raising with the Pocket Kings, but everybody folds. Well, nobody needs all the sugar.
He's going to split his Reese's Cups with somebody. Oh, that's nice. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups came out with a new one that has 1 cup with jelly, 1 cup with...
Oog.
It's like a peanut butter jelly sandwich. One strawberry.
Yes, I know.
Have you seen them?
Oog.
Have you tried it?
No, but
You can't say that bad. I mean, that looks good.
Me. Peanut butter and jelly is great.
On a sandwich?
On a sandwich, not in a chocolate cup. No.
Your blinds here are 10K, 15K. Welcome back, everybody.
Jelly and a chocolate, no.
I think it sounds pretty good. I wanted to try it.
Okay, go try it. I'll pass, thanks. You can have mine. I'll stick with the regular peanut butter cup, thanks.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying I love cookie dough ice cream, and I love steak. Doesn't mean I want to scoop on top of my steak.
Oh, that's not the same at all. 2 different things.
Exactly. As is PB&J and a peanut butter cup.
Peanut butter cup has peanut butter in it. It makes sense. A peanut butter and jelly sandwich in a cup. It makes sense. I mean, obviously they had to try it. If it sounds disgusting, they probably wouldn't have marketed it. So it's got to be.
I didn't say it sounded disgusting. It's like, no, I just don't think it goes together. That's just me. But if you like it and you want to buy it, hey, knock yourself out, buddy.
I'm going to. I'm going to give it a shot.
Okay.
I give some things a try at least one time. What's the worst that can happen? I spend $2, I spit it out.
Worst thing is, oog. I said, what's the worst that could happen? Oog.
Larry all in here, King 10. Taking a stab.
Pedro with King Queen, though.
Yeah. He likes to be the aggressor. He doesn't like to be the caller, so. But he did ask for a count, though.
There's nothing more aggressive than knocking somebody out of a table, dude.
All right. It's possible. He does like if he likes the hand.
They made a song about it. Mama said knock you out.
That's a good song to play, too, in your headphones when you're playing poker. Mom said knock you out. All right, there it is. King 10 is better than King Queen when you go all in.
This time.
I know. In this scenario. That's
maybe next time. Yeah. Not so much.
Different scenario. That's a funny thing when people tell you like a bad beat story or something. You know, like I lost with jacks. I can't believe it. Whoa. What's the position? How many chips did you have?
Right.
Who raised? What? I mean, there's so many factors to the hand.
We've all lost bad on the river with everything.
If you play poker long enough, you sure have.
No, I mean, I put the over-under at 20 minutes. If you play poker for 20 minutes in your entire life, you're going to get sucked out bad on the river, and you're never going to forget it.
Larry folds Queen 3. If you came back, the chip leader on this table is R Savage with 600,000 in chips. That's pretty good, 600K. Steve on the dealer button, 10-9, raises up. Pedro folds King 9, and Brian with Ace 8 wants to see the rest of his stack. He folds as well. Sometimes a raise from the dealer button doesn't get credit because we all know you should be raising from the button, so your ranges, your hand cards could be wide.
Anything.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, love the sound of that riffle. That was a sarcasm statement. So the 12 away, a couple more players bust out. We'll have a final table. The reason why I say that is because these cards are not like our regular decks.
Yeah, they're a lot thicker. They're the RFID cards, so
a lot more expensive.
If you're kind of new to handling them, they can be tricky.
Yeah. They're more delicate. That's the thing. Like, they're expensive, and when you riffle them like that, when players
everything delicate is.
Yeah, that's the whole point. You know.
Oh, here we go, Larry with Ace Queen against Savage after getting raised.
Yeah. We've seen this scenario almost earlier before. It was Steve that raised with Ace Queen, got re-jammed on by Pedro, but Steve folded. There's a different scenario where Larry's going all in now, and the chip leader has 100 more to call, so I think he's going to do it. I could be wrong. There it is.
He's going to go for it,
Yeah,
and he's going to
Ace
see
Queen.
that he's roughly a 3-1 favorite.
All right, we're going to box out the cards for your viewing pleasure. Seven, Jack, 5.
No nada. Good news for Savage. He just has to dodge the queens. Anything but a queen, and he gets anything but a queen.
Yep. All right, Savage gave him the
Rich get richer.
You want to know how to make the final table? That's kind of how you do it. You got a good stack size, get someone to jam in front of you with a weaker hand, and you call, and it holds, and you just pick up chips just like that. It's 185K, I think it was.
All right, so that was the 12th place elimination,
Right.
and that's good for because we've laddered up. It was 283 for 15th through 13th. 12th through 10th, before we get to final table, are all paying $343.
The next two spots?
Yes. Well, like 3 spots, but one of them's we just saw one.
Right.
So 2 more. At 343, then we will be at final table.
The final table. Da 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 da. Joe under the gun. Get a win because it was a dead small blind, so all you do is face one opponent.
No value, as they say. That's really annoying when there's no small blind and you're the big blind Annie.
Mm-hmm.
And just under the gun just immediately raises. It's like, really, guy?
Right.
Uh-oh. Rebels bringing the snack chat into the chat. Always trouble.
You just discovered it. Please share the information.
Because I recently discovered a cheese snack as well, but thankfully for me and my impulsive eating habits, they're only available in Canada.
Oh, wow.
So I dodged that one.
10K, 15K are your blinds. And I believe it's a raise from our Savage, trying to get back the chips he just lost to Joe. He has ace-7. Joe has king-queen.
Wow, that sounds amazing, Rebel.
Huh.
Okay, that sounds delicious.
Yeah?
You can keep your PB&J chocolate cups. I'm going to go for those.
That's great. I haven't had a cheese puff in a long time. They always get on your fingers. You get like 4 of them. And
yeah, we want cheesy poos.
So our Savage tried to get his chips back, and Joe wasn't having it.
Yeah.
And even though we saw that our Savage had a better hand.
Yeah, I try to avoid the cheese snacks.
Yeah.
Because, in my downtime, I'm a gamer. And I do not need to be getting that stuff on the controller. So I try to stay away from snacks like that.
Wawa has these little mozzarella balls. They're like $1.30, and they're 3 little. I love them.
Yeah, you would know a swear by that place.
I go there all the time. I can't help myself. It's just right there on the way. It's right before 95.
I know.
My car just goes in
very
there.
Convenient. I used to never, like 5 years ago, I never heard of a Wawa. Now they're everywhere.
Oh, every other corner. You're right. That's a monopoly for sure. Pedro's VPIP still top of the charts. Back to the last play with Joe. That was a gutsy play he made. You know, he felt like our Savage was trying to just raise from the big blind, a small blind, you know, as standard poker is, and put in the 3-bet, and that was just good enough to get it done. Maybe another dynamic if there was a final table, our Savage.
And Rebel, what general area, you don't have to give like specifics or addresses or anything, might you be located? Because what he just described sounds like something you would find at Buc-ee's. So I'm like, ain't Rebel from Texas?
Rebel's from California.
Oh, California, okay. I was wrong.
California.
It sounds like some Buc-ee's kind of stuff.
Buc-ee's is cool. We don't have one, right, in Florida? No, he has a few different flavors. Mm-hmm.
No, we are going to get a Buc-ee's down here.
I heard they're building one.
Yeah, it's up in Fort Pierce.
Fort Pierce, yeah. That's too far for me.
Yeah, but I go to Universal all the time
Oh.
and bring baby girl, and it's like right on the way.
Well, for you.
Yeah, so I'm like, well, the next closest one's a date in St. Augustine, so I'm like, I'm not going all the way over there.
He's still feeling the repop. Yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
All in for Steve here.
Yeah, KJ suited. Pretty good.
I like
it better than Queen Jack offsuit anyway.
Yeah, but Brian knows it's a button raise, so he's asking for how much.
I guess we had an elimination on the non-feature table because we're down to 10.
Oh, yeah. I think our Savage was reflecting on the hand with Ace King. He just wanted to see how many chips it was before he called. There's no reason. You don't have to snap call every decision. You can take your time, make it, calculated.
Rebel is tormenting me.
Hickory smoked corn chips. You like the smoked stuff?
So delicious.
Have you been to Houston's? The restaurant?
I said I've been to the city, but no, not Houston's restaurant.
One of my favorite
I've been
restaurants.
to Houston, but
well, there's a restaurant named Houston's,
okay.
and they have a smoked salmon dip. It's smoked salmon itself with toast points and a dill sauce. It's amazing. It's like $15.
I was gonna say I was about to say it sounds really expensive.
Yeah, yeah, it's so good though. I'm gonna have to talk to Jay about shuffling.
He's doing good. Man.
No, Jay's a good dealer. No, don't get me wrong. It's just
you're gonna give him a complex, man.
giving me a twitch. People don't know. The dealers don't know. They don't know. They're not told.
We can answer that, and yes, he has.
Pedro.
Didn't he have fives?
Yeah.
I want to say that about
40
minutes ago-ish. Yeah, we don't have a replay button because that would be really handy right there. I knew to poker pair. I'm like, well, let's just go to the replay.
Yeah. Pedro takes down this spot.
With his aggression. His VPIP is very high. He's betting a lot of hands.
Building a stack. That's how you do it. Some people are born to be wild. He's born to be bald.
I wouldn't know.
Being wild or what? Being bald?
Well, it tends to run in your family, like whoever your family is.
Baldness?
And we are, in my family, all the men are like furry Irish wolfmen.
Right.
So I'm like, I don't think it's going to be a problem for me when I grow up.
You want to see it? I'm going to show you. This is going to make you laugh. Raise it up. 45,000. This was my headshot.
How are you not a model?
That was back in the days when I had a full set of head and hair and smile and young and
optimistic.
Oh,
and there was still
was
hope in life.
Such a different life back then. Yeah. What happened was I was getting my hair cut once, and this hairdresser was like, "You got thick hair. You'll never go bald."
You got power jinxed?
Some
of us get jinxed. That sounds like a power jinx.
She did something. She did something. Not that I mind, though, because, it's easier. This is low maintenance. I have nothing to worry about. My hair. I don't know if you can hear, but that's Joey announcing the nighttime tournament.
It's starting, but registration will still be open for about another hour and a half. So, if you're in the area and you'd like, and you're liking what you're seeing, and you want to get a piece of the action, swing on by 1111 North Congress Avenue, located conveniently across the street from Palm Beach International Airports.
Yeah, it won't be streamed, but it's a 130 same buy-in. It's a 3K guarantee.
And if the day tournament was any indication, I mean, this is a 10K guarantee, and we smashed it.
Right.
18K in the prize, just over 18K, 18,100 in this prize pool.
See, Rebel knows the smoked salmon
It's
is
right. It's $21. For $21, it better be amazing.
Inflation, my friend.
I mean, well, anything salmon is expensive because it's salmon. You know, they don't get it out of a can of Starkist, okay? It's a little pricey.
Folks, we're 10 players in this tournament left. 9-handed, we get to a final table. So we're just one elimination away. Steve on the button, ace queen. Looks like 1/3 of his stack here. And takes down the blinds. 5 deuce and 10-6, not going to cut it.
And they were saying, oh, but it's okay when they do it. When I do it, they say, hey, stop doing that, but they do it. Why, I oughta.
No one from this table is. That's a given. So one of them can. We're too good to be eliminated.
Oh, did he just Lumberg the other table?
Well, he's saying the stack sizes are so, yeah, it makes sense,
Yeah,
though.
if you could just knock somebody out over there, that'd be great. Okay there, Lumberg.
I'll watch the bulk of it later.
I also think he's saying that the players on this table, the high caliber, no one's going to get busted. Pedro's saying
Pedro was just not phased. He's like, I'm still going to keep firing.
Right.
Come get a piece if you want a piece.
There was a guy earlier. He came into the street flop and an ace on the flop, and I'm betting at every street. And he just dumped into me with pocket 10.
And then you took your action. Cool story, bro.
If it was on you, what would you do? Yeah, I like it. He calls. He's got enough chips. He wants to speculate.
Yeah, when I'm dealing, sometimes I'll break off some super friends. Meanwhile, in seat 6.
That's a good line. 6 queen tray.
It's a pretty good flop.
Yeah. And when check.
Is that another queen?
It is.
2 pair.
That should give our Savage the green light. There it is. 50K. Those yellow chips are 25,000. And Pedro's like, why didn't I bet the flop? Well,
I don't know.
So the saying goes, you tingle with the bulls, sometimes you get the horns.
Yeah.
So playing against a chip leader is sometimes difficult. You know, you put out a nice sized bet that's supposed to take it down pre-flop, and then you get called and you're like, oopsies, and you miss the flop. Then what do, you know? Don't want to get eliminated at this point. So you pump the brakes. Stop! Just give up on the hand and see whatever happens.
Just going to take a little peek. See how it's going.
Yeah. Raising from the button. Ace-6 of spades. Didn't even get the chips out before he gets the pot pushed to him. And Pedro's like, wait a minute, I just tried that last hand. It didn't work for me like that. So I want to say our Savage is close to 900. He's got 800, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, he's got over 800,000 in chips. It's a good final table stack. This table's 5-handed, so your ranges should open up, meaning the 2 cards that you play don't actually have to be really good. And our Savage trying to steal from the dealer button. But Joe is not a pushover. And instead of calling, I've seen Joe do this. Like he's going to play the hand. Instead of flat calling, he re-raises. Joe's a quiet type of player. Like he doesn't talk a lot, you know. Yeah, see now our Savage feels it like you keep doing that. Every time I raise, you re-raise me.
Joe completely stone-faced, not giving him any information. It's a social game until you start getting close to the big money.
How does Joe know, though? How does he know he's good there both times? Like, the last time he stole it.
He doesn't. His brain right now is probably like, thank God he folded. I can't believe I got away with that.
True. Very true. Our Savage, when he does watch this back, he'll be like, you know what? I'm going to have to learn how to do a 4-bet. I'm going to have to learn how to put the pressure back on a player. Find out where the...
Rebel says there's a restaurant in Sarasota that has
escargot.
Escargot. Well, yeah, I know how to say it, but it always makes you feel. Always make me think of the Family Guy. Yeah, the escargot and the chablis. Like the chablis.
I am not a fan of escargot. I don't know why. I just never.
French cuisine is so amazing, but there's a rule.
Oh.
They're like, try it. It's awesome. Flavors you never even dreamt of. That's so great. But for the love of God, whatever you do, don't ask what you're eating.
Okay.
That's the rule.
Fair.
As long as there's all these foreign words and you don't know what it means, I'm like, you know what? Keep it that way.
Your palate likes it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ignorance is bliss.
Caviar is another thing. You know, they...
Overrated. I tried it.
Yeah.
I didn't like it.
The little teaspoons, and they're like, this is
you put it
$500
on the cracker.
Right,
right.
yeah.
It's...
All right, guys. The bun goes back to the middle. That means we're drawing for the final table. We made it. If you stuck around. Final table, here we come. High card. Let's see where the randomness starts. C2. Beep, 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 pew.
Yes. I didn't want to move.
Randy's happy.
Yeah, when you draw, you got a 1 in 9 shot of staying where you are. So it's always nice. It's always nice when you hit, especially with his chip stack. He doesn't have to move and like futz with all that.
Right. Yeah, some people don't know how to push a big stack. So all the chips from the bottom. Make sure you're hitting that bottom stack, the bottom 2, 3 chips, and just push it forward. It's not that hard, but people fumble. You know, it's just a lot of. Yeah, now he doesn't know 9 is 9.
Yeah, 9 is 9.
10 is 9.
Right, 10 is 9. It's 1 through 5, and then it's 7 through 10 because we do not have seat 6. He's like, yeah.
Well, he's feeling lucky.
He's very excited about that.
Yeah,
he's
the chair.
Like, I don't gotta move. It's gonna be sweet.
Well, maybe he's superstitious, and he feels like if he moves seats, then his luck might go.
It's like his lucky seat.
Yeah, it could. I mean, he hasn't lost. I mean, he's lost some hands, but nothing big.
No, I said he hasn't like lost.
No,
right. All right. Well, I know somebody that's coming because I was talking with him a little bit as he was making his way down. So, Rebel Poker. No, on our graphics and on our table, we skip seat 6. We can seat 10, but no seat 6. We seat 1 through 5 and then 7 through 10. So sometimes when the players get the seat cards, they get a little confused.
Right. This table can stream 10 players, though,
Yes.
Rebel. We just don't do it for the final table.
Yeah, for
tournaments.
For 9, yeah, 6 is the box we leave empty.
Correct. Right, there he goes. Dave saying, you got so many chips you can walk over and watch us play? Yeah, that's what he was doing. Dave is making it back to the final table.
Yeah, they took Dave away from us, but they brought him back. We're going to have Monty coming. I'm not sure where he's at. He might be in seat 2 because there's somebody over there that I can't quite see.
Right. Love Monty. Real strong tournament player.
He did nothing but troll me about the Islanders beating the Panthers for like 6 years. I said, it's so long ago.
Right.
You guys went nowhere. Now you're a lottery team, and we're winning divisions. Does it ever get old? And then we win the cup, and that's when he stopped. He's all like, "Well, he's gonna flash his ring at me every time I bring it up." So, and I did. I said, "Kiss the ring, buddy."
There he is, Monty, right there.
And then he left me alone about it.
Now it's interesting. Joe actually is on the right of our Savage, so maybe some revenge poker can happen later on.
He's already kind of staring him down a little bit.
Yeah, he's happy. That's the thing why he's happy.
He's like, oh.
Little did we know.
You're going to see some stuff now. Office style. My, how the turntables.
Yep.
When did we get to King of the Hill? Yep. Uh-huh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final table. Congratulations, everyone, for making it this far.
But now that our 10th place competitor was eliminated with $343.
Okay.
Now every spot is a jump. As I was going to say, as you can see on our graphic, but unless you're like one of those speed readers, you weren't getting that. So don't worry, I'll help you out. The next player out, it will take home $424 for 9th place, $531 for 8th place. 7th is going to get $676. 6th will take home $875. 5th place, $1,152. 4th place, $1,542. 3rd place, $2,099. 2nd place, $2,907. And to our winner, $4,706.
Oh, fighting words.
Dun, dun, dun. Final table. Hand 1. Fight!
Graphics.
I just told you what the payouts are. Why in your head?
I know. I'm putting it out there. Some people don't know how to listen to everything.
Well,
on Twitch.
Put it out correctly, because it's just 1 exclamation point.
Oh, 1, 2?
Yeah.
Man.
Because other people are going to do that, and they're going to be like, "Where's the payouts, man? I got lied to."
All right.
There you go. Now it should pop up on your phone.
It should.
It did. I'm looking at it.
They turned one of the monitors around, so now the feature table has a monitor because all the tables, the TVs were faced.
The TV were backwards.
Right, so they turned one. They finally did it.
I had a player offer to do it. They're like, "Hey, he's like, I work in TV installation. I can take that down and I can mount it this way." And I'm like, "You know what? Just sit there. I'm not gonna let you like mount or like take stuff apart, I'm going to get fired.
Right.
I said I'll pass the notes on to management, and they'll set something up.
Yeah, because previously in the back you can't see behind the guy.
Right.
6 and 7 is a big TV screen. That's where
They want to take a look at the payouts,
Right.
Because that's really the only useful information for the players at this point at the final table.
Steffi Mo chiming in. See, that's what the chat's for. Steffi Mo, give everyone the Discord so they can chat if they want to about poker and other things. All in here. Pedro.
His seat may have changed, but his aggression has not.
Got to keep that VPIP up. So the reason why the graphics haven't caught up quickly is because we're seating players and want to make sure the stacks are in the right spot and the names and everything. So, is that Diana? New dealer in the box.
They're updating the graphics and the card because we just went to final table, founded pillow. So we should be getting those back shortly.
Right.
Especially now that we're changing dealers, it'll give the graphics guy upstairs more time to input all the information.
Manually.
Because everything changed. Literally everything except R Savage being in seat 7. That's the only thing that didn't change. Right. Everything else updated chip counts, chip stacks, and get all 9 players in. So the graphics should be returning momentarily. Blake says, "Let's go." I'm guessing that's how you pronounce it because you put 6 O's in it.
Go.
Go.
Yeah, go.
Like a goal in soccer, when they put it up.
I know.
Like when it's written out, there's 17 O's.
So popular. Who started that Spanish thing?
Ever since there's been soccer
I know.
played in those countries, and
no one else does it though.
Oh, it's really cool. They brought it into hockey for a while on the Spanish speaking, the Spanish sports radio down in Miami, and that's how they call goals, and it was awesome. And I don't know why they stopped because I would put on the game in Spanish.
Yeah,
just to hear that guy.
Yeah,
because he was awesome. Yes, Texas sub is quite correct. 37 watching. Hit thumbs up and get a free stream. Do it. Do it now.
Free stream. You get a free Twitch stream with your Amazon Prime account.
Mm-hmm.
1 month for free of the stream.
And here's our chip count with chip counts and player names and all them goodies. We're starting off our final table with slightly more than half of the field in the danger zone.
Yes, that is correct.
10, 15, 15, which means 40K per orbit. So whatever those big blinds say, chop the number in half. That's the actual number.
Blinds are at 10K, 15K, like you just said.
Yeah,
so
the
40K.
The big blind counter does not take into account the big blind ante, which is why you got to chop the number in half. That's how many big blinds they really have.
Waking up here with King.
Rick. I'm Pickle Rick!
No!
Ooh, this gonna get good.
This is
A's versus K's. Brian gets raised into with aces, and he's like, what should I do with aces?
In the small blind, right? So hard to put someone on aces in the small blind.
Now, slow playing can be dangerous, especially with aces, so yeah, I'd probably go for the big raise here.
Oh, man.
Steve's like, well, what the flip
did
I get into? Let me just duck right out. 135K.
All in
a snap call.
Well, I mean, Rick's got him covered.
Yeah.
So, of course, there's no way he's folding. And he doesn't want to see a flop.
No, not at all.
Brian put in half a stack.
A's versus K's.
Ace in the window.
Wow.
Safe.
He just had to dodge kings.
Yeah.
Oh, overkill.
That's nice. Rick's like, how much do I owe you? Yeah, half your stack. No big deal. Now, it's funny, though. I mean, you could
And there's our payouts, and
They're gone.
they're gone. South Park style, and they're gone.
There's a VPIP, but I would say Pedro.
Yeah, the VPIP kind of gets reset when we do final table.
Right. 100%, Rick.
Yeah, Pedro 28%. If you believe that, wow, I got a bridge to sell you.
The situation that I just saw, like Kings right there, like when someone raises 100K half their stack, you could, if Rick was playing safe, he could have just flat called, saw the ace on the flop and folded his hand, but no one's doing that, so.
No. Arr.
Monty's wishing that our Savage would be quiet. There
Yes,
goes
thank you
the-
for that. We're trying not to get a cease and desist from Comedy Central.
Small blind, king queen, all in. Dave with king 3, not gonna fight back.
No.
Nah, it's just a handy
I'm
fold.
like, it's just a blind, dude. You want it that bad? Here
Yeah,
you go.
there you go. It's one way to take it down. Steve's like, standard play. Everyone folds to me.
I wish they'd fold to me.
Yeah.
I do a 3x raise in position, like 5 people call me. Which I didn't mind the pot odds. I'm like, I just never frickin' hit when that happens.
All in here from Rick. Jack 9.
And then the players ran.
Yeah, Pedro with an ace here, but the kicker's so low, doubt he's going to call either, so.
He's aggressive. He ain't that aggressive.
Right. I mean, some part of him wants to call. I mean.
Yes, the aggressive part.
Right.
We mentioned that. But no, you can't call in that spot.
Our Savage is annoying. Man, you know, I mean, look, he's got a.
He's actually kind of dialed down today.
I was about to
sometimes
say,
he's louder. He does the voice. He's all like,
I'm just saying he's having a good time.
I'm all in. Come get it. Oh, yeah.
A long time since he's been chip leader on the final table. Sometimes you can't help yourself, you know. Blinds have gone up 10K, 20K.
Yeah, it's haters, you know, especially when you're loving life. I mean,
Yeah.
people are like, why are you loving life when I'm not? How dare you?
All in for Pedro, ace king.
Vote for Pedro. He'd be good.
Dave was trying to take a spot from the dealer button. Found out
Yeah, no.
where he's at.
Well, he wasn't here
No, he wasn't to face
to see,
Pedro's
how
aggression.
that aggressive
Right.
style.
Right.
Otherwise, he might have been a little more cautious before raising that.
Now Dave's got a table image. Opposed 9-6 here would be a snap fold, but he doesn't want to look like he's weak. So
Can't let the other guys think I'm checking.
just gonna pause here a little. Oh, he makes the call. I take it back. It can't be 9-6, right? Let's see what it is.
Was it?
Oh, it's not 9-6.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it's Queen 10, I thought.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's David and Dave.
Right, sorry.
David folded
Thank
it,
you.
yeah.
Okay, so it's Ace King versus Queen 10. Live cards. Well,
Not so much. It's all over but the shouting.
yeah. Pedro gets a double up.
And, yeah, I was going to say, David's got him covered, so that's not going to be an elimination.
Nope.
But a player as aggressive as Pedro, now he has the button and chips. Rut-row.
Right. I saw David, and I'm thinking in my mind.
Right. No. I mean, he had folded, so I'm not sure
right.
why the action indicator was still on him.
Yeah.
Because he folded instantly after that raise.
Joe in seed 5 has been more conservative than normal. And Monty's like, what are you doing?
He seems genuinely confused by what he's seeing right now.
Holy cow. It's been raised by Brian, ace 8 to 55,000.
Suited connectors for Pedro. And like I said, he's got position and chips.
Yeah, it's a hand that's really disguised. 8-7. I mean, if it connects. Rick's going to come along with 6-5 in the big blind. Just 35,000 more for him to call, so he's got 3-1 on his money. Six, seven,
Ooh, all
Jack,
clubs.
all clubs.
So something for everybody.
And all in for Rick here. He's hoping no one has
He's got
clubs.
third pair and a flush draw.
That's a difficult spot when you're Brian with ace 8 with no clubs in your hand and Pedro behind. So he gets out of the way. And
Pedro's
like,
ahead, but only slightly. And
yeah, he
decides
folds.
that, yeah, it's the all-in isn't worth it.
So pair of sixes win this hand.
Right, and that's kind of the downfall of aggressive players is they don't know quite when to turn the aggression off. And they feel if they change gears like at all, nobody, will believe them anymore.
Right.
But you do have to know when to take your foot off the gas. And even though Pedro was ahead, technically he couldn't have known that. And there were a ton of cards.
Right, and
that could have killed him.
Right, you no redraw, no clubs in your hand, so you're kind of drawing dead if he does.
Right, you have to dodge
right.
all the clubs. You have to dodge all the sixes.
Correct. That's crazy.
You have to dodge all the eights as well. And unless your name is Neo, I don't think you can dodge that much.
Look at that. Our savage bets, everyone folds. Joe is the big blind.
Here's the payouts, and it's up there for more than a blink this time.
How nice. Even if you fired 3 bullets, let's say you fired $390. First place, $4,706. And if you're lucky enough to fire 1 bullet, 1 buy-in for $130, that is a good ROI. Return of investment.
Yeah, I wasn't a counting major. You don't need to tell me what ROI means.
I know, but not everyone knows it. Some people might not know the abbreviations.
I mean, it was a while before I first heard the term at a poker table. I'm like, normally it applies to stocks, futures,
so Rick
municipal bonds.
Rick with queens raises the 50K in a snap call from Joe. Oh, Joe had queens. Sorry, I take it back. That's what it was. I can't even get. I'm watching it right on the screen. I'm not even getting it right. Rick on the button raises, and Joe re-raises with queens in a fold. Sorry, guys. Pay attention, Oktay. Jeez. Someone's going to take away this microphone.
See, I have an excuse because I'm on a double shift. I've been up since 7:30 this morning. You just got up.
Yeah, but maybe it was that rain. I can do better. All right, 10K, 20K. Steve with King Queen. Flat calls 20,000. King 9. Raises a little mid click here. 40K. R Savage. R E3 folds. Monty with 10-3. 20K more? Why not?
It's only money.
Well,
kind of.
I was going to say hopefully Steve did a re-raise because
it's only units representing money.
Correct. Right. No cash value.
Yeah.
3 players to the flop. And a 10. 10 in the window.
Wow.
Monty flopping gold.
That
checks.
is filthy.
Steve
And gets
open-ended.
bet into. Woo, party time. Excellent. Woo, 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 woo.
What does Pedro do here? It's only one spade on the flop.
He gets out of the way.
Yeah, right? Wise fold here.
Snippety snap.
You think Monty calls? Okay.
I was going to say, I want a snap call.
You did. I know. I was just making
The
fun.
second Pedro's cards are in the muck, my chips are in.
He didn't do a held me cell, which shoves chips. All right, 7 a turn.
And
Oh,
and the ace, not the spade. He hits the Broadway.
I know, but what I was going to say is
filthy.
if Pedro was in the hand, somehow he gets a flush on the river. But Steve wins with a river card. What a predicament, huh? Oh, right.
Yeah, that happens but that happens so rarely. It's like, Monty with the happy birthday flop.
Sheesh. Yeah.
Like gets rivered hard, and now he's the bottom stack.
Yeah, you check there because you check 100% of the time with trips, and you're hoping that action went the way it went, but you don't like the results.
No.
But
You will absolutely take that every time.
yeah. Our Savage commentating on our commentating. He knows it's coming. Rick, very serious here.
Why so serious?
All in. 9-6.
Oh, that's why. He's got the 69. Nice.
Monty's like, how much is that? Why is he betting so much? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute. I saw a chip fly in there. Is that a call? Oh, okay. That was just part of the blinds. So Monty folded Queen Jack, but Brian here with Ace Queen really thinking about this one. Could eliminate a player here. 250K. He's like, do I have 2 overcards?
Yes. Yes, he does. I mean, he can't know that, but
Right.
he's wondering, is he up against something like kings or...
His internal dialogue, he's trying to channel it.
King.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's a go. That's a go.
There's a lot out there that it could be.
Right.
Vanapilla says, easy call against this guy, but
Ha!
he hasn't been on this final... I mean, we're not very far into the final table, so some of the players are still kind of trying to feel each other out a little bit.
Yeah, the dynamics, but the bet size was that. I mean, even if you know he has 9-6, you're still
Right.
You're kind of flipping. I mean,
Yeah.
Ace Queen's not a made hand, so
Yeah, it's tough, especially offsuit.
And when you make a decision like that, Ace Queen, you call and you feel like you see the cards turn over and you feel like you got the right decision. Then a 9 comes out somehow. You're like, what
Right,
the
exactly.
hell?
And we see it all the time.
All the
Dealers,
time.
we're
Yeah.
like, you shoved with that?
Right.
What is that? 6-9.
So it looks like Joe raised here
But people
50K.
do it.
They
because
do.
I see it
Yeah.
almost every day in this job.
Steve here, King 10, got 30. The blinds are 10K, 20K, 30 more to call to see a flop. And he makes the call. So we're heads up. Steve has better cards, but Joe has better position. 8-5 deuce.
Wow. No nada. It's a really bad flop for both of them, but
Right.
as you said, gonna use that position because you gotta.
When it gets checked to you, you got the green light.
Yeah, you gotta keep firing.
Yep.
especially when you were the original aggressor.
Yeah, that's how powerful the C-bet is. I mean, your cards don't play there. Just VPIP, Rick, up top, 54%. Pedro, right?
I was going to say, all the values reset when we started final table.
Right.
But Pedro is definitely on the day higher than 29.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably closer to 49.
He has calmed down a little bit, though. I mean,
yeah, but for a while.
Right.
Oh, never mind. Just as you say that, he gets queens.
Oh,
and
hell
if
no.
you think
Yeah.
he ain't action this hand, you are mistaken, sir. And there it is.
yeah, you look down at queens, you actually say to yourself, what's the bet size here? Do I want to call? Do I want one person to come
I think
along?
you want a call.
Right.
One.
Yeah.
I don't think you want more than that, especially now that the queens are dead.
Yeah. Just takes the blinds down.
Yeah.
That usually
Yeah,
what happens.
you either want to shut it down or get one caller with a nice safe
Right.
garbage flop with no aces or kings.
Correct. Yeah, it's normally a flip, ace-king versus queens. Very classic, 50-50. I think this is the first hand Dave has played from this final
In a
table.
while.
Raises the 40K under the gun.
I mean, he could have been an animal on the other table when they took him away, but
Right.
he was fairly aggressive last time he was here.
Monty with sevens here.
And he's the shortest stack.
Yeah, is he flipping? He wants to know his stack size. How much is it?
All of it.
Yeah. There it is. That's right. All
I
of
mean,
it.
it's a 30 or chips just to call, so.
Right.
And with this field, it's, all in over the tippy top.
Dave with ace
Yeah,
king.
now it's going to get sticky.
You don't like that.
Yeah, I
Dave.
don't like it
Another
either.
Dave. Right. So David with ace king. Dave folds his.
I
King
think he'll
jack.
be happy once he sees these cards.
Yeah. It's a flip. That's a pair versus two overcards. But they're suited.
Yeah, they are.
All right, Monty.
Sevens against ace king suited.
Monty is standing up. He's using that 2% rule here. Oh, ace in
And
the
there's
window.
the ace. Monty's down to 2 cards. That's not one of them.
Nope.
And then
yeah.
there's that. The
All right,
unnecessary king for 2 pair. And Monty eliminated in ninth place.
$424?
$424 he'll be taking home.
Oh, man. You hear Monty giving a shout out to the stream
Going
team?
to bat for the stream team. You're one of the good ones, Monty.
Love that guy. Love that guy. That's right. We do it pro bono. We're here for you guys. No, pro bono means you get money later, right?
No, that's not what that means.
What does pro bono mean?
Free.
Oh, it is free.
That's what I was going to say. When you said that, I'm like, that might be the bluff of the night.
All right, Rick here with a solid hand, ace-jack of spades. Remind me to give Monty a hug next time I see him, though. Raises up here. Nice. Looks like 100K.
No, because then I'll talk about them. And, well.
Diana was all aboard about the TV being switched around.
Right. Now
we
he
went
wants
to
to say,
sports,
no,
and she was like, all right, now.
It's not even a TV. I mean, it is a TV, but.
Right. It's a monitor.
Right. For poker purposes, it's a monitor.
Yeah. That's
exactly.
right.
That's bad. I might grab a floater to fill in for me on the mic. I'm like, the Panthers are on. Excuse me.
Stand by. We'll be right back.
Panthers to the power play? No, I gotta check out the power play.
That's what those picture-in-picture TVs used to do. You know, you could watch 2 shows at one time. Toggle back and forth. You remember that?
No.
You have a TV
because
like that?
I'm a real fan.
Oh.
And
You
when
only
the
watch one
Dolphins
thing.
were on, the
Right.
Dolphins were on. No, I did not care how bad they were.
Oh, right after Ace Jack, Rick picking up a real hand here. Our Savage raced to 45K.
All right, with the suited connectors.
Feel the lightning and the thunder. 120.
No.
Our Savage is like, well, I was just trying to make a move, man.
Definitely not feeling the lightning. Thunder, maybe.
Oh, he makes the call. Our Savage going for gusto. Doesn't want to be
But
pushed
they were
out.
suited. That's my favorite saying.
Yeah. Trey, Jack, Ace. Two hearts.
Wow.
All in from Rick.
All in immediately.
Was there a snap
it's,
call?
It's like he's not even a tiny bit scared of an ace. But that's...
It's crazy part. When you call with 7-6 of hearts, you kind of want hearts.
Yeah, with well, Savage is going to check out his chip stack. Like, what? How much will I have left if I lose?
Correct.
And then think about it. I mean, it's a hard draw, yes, but it's only 7 high.
But if he wins, though,
Right? If he wins, that's why he's got to think about it.
Do you make that call?
I mean, if he makes the call and hits, it's well over $1 million in chips.
Right.
But if he loses, he's only going to have about 460.
It really is talking
and it's
himself
going
into
to be like average chip stack with the other players. So it's tough.
Rick doing a lot of talking.
Right.
Here.
If he had Queen Jack hearts.
Oh, he makes the call, folks. Here we go.
Easier. All
He's
right.
got to fade the heart. Rick's got to fade the heart. And Rick has 2 kings, but neither one of them was a heart. So, folks, stand by. 7 gives him more outs. Oh, a king on the river. Double up for Mr. Rick.
Double shot power.
I knew you weren't going to say that.
And the tides have turned. 1 card, different story.
I knew you weren't jamming with an ace there, so I'm like
Rick now, probably the most aggressive player on this table, the chip leader with 730,000 in chips.
There are no friends at the poker table.
Well, it's interesting to think of. Like, I understand that Rick could have, Savage could have folded there, but the point is, you call 120K with 2 hearts, and you get that flop. You got to make that call. 200,000 more. It's like.
Yeah, the open jam. I didn't think it was an ace in any world, so I was like, I'm going with a flush draw.
Yeah. That's where all the talking was coming. He's hoping that our Savage didn't have an ace in his hand. Hopefully he was going to fold the hand, but it worked out for you, my friend. It worked out.
You were supposed to check, and I was supposed to just bet you off.
These hands ain't bad. Queen 10, Ace 10, Queen 9 suited.
Right. Playable hands.
These can be fun. Right, they never push their cards after me, but I'm 6'5" with a wingspan, so.
But she did say please.
No, she did. I mean, and I do have some self-awareness. I'm like, not all dealers are 6'5", so shorter dealers kind of struggle.
I'm sure
on this table
that if Dinah asked for anything, she would get it.
It's like, yeah, just push him in a little bit for your dealer. Every dealer on this stream aims for the boxes, but it's tough to hit.
All in here from David, Ace 9. Oh, no, the overextension of cards. Good fold, Rick. Good fold. And there goes Diana.
And she's gone.
8 players left. Final table, folks.
The hottest dealer in the room. Literally. Seriously, I thought every time he pulled his shirt a little bit, I thought steam was going to come out. It's like, this poor guy's dying.
Felt
He's,
that way.
he's roasting. Help him out. Bring him some ice water or something.
It's funny. There's a couple.
I'm like, do you need like a cold towel? Like they have at massage places? Like put it around his neck. Get a cold towel out of the freezer. Put it around his neck so he doesn't die.
And from Florida, yes. That I mean, if you ask nicely, the players do comply.
Right. I mean, unless you river him real bad. Because I had a guy that would deliberately leave his cards in front of him and like push him like a centimeter with his finger and then expect me to reach over the table. I'm like, really, guy?
Spiteful.
Yeah. Like that's going to make your cards any better.
There's your VPIP. Who would have guessed? Rick on top. And Dave was saying that our Savage shouldn't have been in the pot anyways. He called pre-flop with 7-6. And
that's something else I don't understand about players because I don't do that when I'm playing. You shouldn't have played that. I'm like, I want him to play where he shouldn't be playing. Why would I try to discourage that ever?
Right.
I won't say anything to him. And in my head, I'm like, please call in that position with that stupid hand so I can crush you and take all your chips.
Right.
If your opponents are playing stupid, don't educate them.
Yeah, on the turn you got more outs. I mean, any 7, any 6, any heart. I mean, so many outs. So I mean, you gotta give him credit. One card changes the whole scenario on the river, but yeah.
Well, you can verbalize anything you want between hands. Who said anything about that?
The trick of it is when you lose a big hand like that, how do you readjust? How do you get back into the zone? How do you refocus? You know, like our Savage should be focused on that hand that he lost.
Right. No, he shouldn't be focused on the hand that he lost. He should forget it immediately.
Right.
Because all you do is tilt yourself, and that gets you in more trouble.
Yeah, he's still. I mean, I think he's got 500K in chips. He's still second on the table. So
that's how the tilty goes from tilty to a snowball.
Right.
Like it's that snowball effect.
Yeah.
So
then you make another mistake, and then all the hinges fall off the truck.
And if you really can't forget it while you're at the table, take a walk.
Right.
Maybe go get a soda
Cool your
or a
jets.
snack.
Yeah.
Hit the restroom.
Cheesy puffs.
Check your phone. Do something.
That's all solid advice. Matt.
You know, take a mental break for a couple minutes and then come back.
I agree. So, Rick here, ace-6, raises 65K and gets no callers.
Nope.
Picking up the blinds. Look at that stack, though. Look what he just picked up there.
It's a fancy stack.
Fancy. Become friends after you fight? Huh?
I've never had that. Well, I take fights personally. And I'm trained in martial arts. I'm like, so if you try to put hands on me, I make it my mission in life to break you.
Nice.
We're not going to have slaps and tickles and then go for a beer after. I'm like, no, I'm going to my car and you're going to the hospital. That's how that works.
Yeah, our Savage got kicked out of a tournament right before the final table. He had a healthy stack, and he blew up in a scenario. Pedro getting back into the raising form. Ace-Jack of hearts. Raises 95K.
It took all tournament, all day, but we finally have Steffi Mo's hand, and yes,
they
folded instantly. Thank you.
Oh, brother.
Ducks in the muck where they belong.
It's a good song.
Dun-dun. You gotta fold those ducks, 'cause they really suck. Steffi Mo hates that song.
Yeah? How you picking on her favorite hand?
It's so terrible. It's so bad. It's one hand north, one notch, one tiny notch above Ace King. That's it. And it's not nearly as good a draw as Ace King.
No, that's no draw. That's really low draw. But
you're set mining. That's it.
Yeah. On the stream, hand number 110 The blinds are at 10K, 20K, and Joe with 9s.
Oh, this could be something. 9s against Ace King.
Our Savage has been waiting for this moment all night. He has been waiting for this moment.
All his life. Oh Lord.
For the final table, for the final position, where Joe raised and he could re-raise him. Because earlier, if you weren't watching,
exactly. Joe did it there.
and
No, Joe's not. He's not gonna play the game.
Wow. Shows him Ace King.
Savage was Jigsaw. It's like, I want to play a game. And Joe's like, that's nice. I don't. And just noped right out of there. Joey, who said he might be back, and we never saw him since.
That was a bluff.
He got as far as earshot of the table.
Yeah.
That's as close as he got, but he's definitely not coming back.
So I got hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I just got to do the one thing.
Right.
Oops.
He's a busy guy. We called it. It's all like, I'll be back later. I just got to handle this one thing, and we're like, and we never saw him again.
9-7. If at first you don't succeed, try with this hand again and again. Dave with King 8 on the button calls the 40K. Pedro Ace 5. Oh, he has steel wheel draw. He folds. And the other David, Queen 10. Defense for 20K more. So 3 ways to flop. 2 hearts, 4 queen, deuce. That's a good flop for Dave. Better flop for David, top pair. He checked our Savage with the worst of it. Puts in the bet. You got 1% chance of winning this hand. The computer does not give you the human factor. All in.
I was going to say, David, he's like, what do they have?
Yeah. Check raise, top pair.
I mean, David's hand is pretty far from unbeatable, but
was a call from David, so both Daves are going at it. There can only be one.
Yeah, an A or a K or a
heart.
Or a heart.
Yes.
David's got a lot. Or Dave. Dave. I said David. I mean,
4 diamonds close. And a deuce.
Nope.
David.
So David doubles up off of Dave. This isn't getting confusing at all. 2 hearts.
Yeah.
But he didn't catch. He had a lot of outs.
Almost a 500K pot here. So nice hand for David.
What are you doing, Dave? This is highly irregular.
Space Odyssey?
Yeah. Okay, it wasn't that irregular. I mean, he had a great draw, he had a lot of outs. He just didn't hit.
Yeah.
And that's just bad luck.
Fair price. I mean, like I said, you're calling with the flush draw pre-flop. You hit 2 hearts. You just got to go for it. And that's the thing, like, really, when you're running in flow in tournaments, things like that, just the heart comes right on the turn. You don't have to wait for the river. Things, you get the cards you need. It's so easy. Poker can be so easy. The opposite side is that poker can be so frustrating.
Yeah.
Joe folds 9-4. R Savage folds Jack 3.
Yeah, not a lot to write home about this round. Queen Jack.
Queen Jack for Steve. I think it's a playable hand.
It's a little tasty.
Let's see what he does.
I showed it that hand. I saw some of my earlier hands. And then there was a hand that everyone was like, when you were short stack, you should have went all in with your pocket threes. I'm like, I didn't have pocket threes. I only had 3 8 off.
We are being grossly misquoted.
I think they were just
That's
saying.
not what we said.
Yeah, I think he was trying.
We're saying we were actually surprised he went all in with 3s, and I was like, oh wait, he doesn't have 3s.
Yeah, sometimes the card reader's wrong.
Right.
For the most part.
I'm just saying that he said you should have went all in. I'm like, we didn't say that.
Yeah. Dave pumps it up here. King Queen, and Rick gets out of the way with King 6. See, you don't have to always defend from the big blind.
No. I don't mind saying it. It's one of my weaknesses.
defending?
I kind of take it personal.
Oh,
like
yeah?
I'm big blind and ante, and the
Right.
antes are the blinds are crazy at this stage of the game. And you're really, guy, you're gonna raise me.
You're not the only one. A lot of people feel like, you got chips to protect. Yeah, you got to protect. your
Watch me
baby.
call with this 10-6 off suit. I'll show you what for. Watch me flop this inside straight, and then you'll be sorry.
I've seen it too.
Right.
I've seen a hand that's
Flop comes ace king king.
Not-
I'm like, never mind.
I see a play where it goes all in, and the big blind's like pot committed to call with the worst hand and gets there for some reason. So
Okay, Dave playing this would be highly irregular. that off-suited Nintendo.
nice healthy raise from
Yeah.
Steve. You're right. That's
Much of a
the
Nintendo
call.
geek as I am, even suited, I'm like, yeah, I'm not playing that.
Right. Rick makes the call. Joe here. No man's land. King 8 folds. So it's heads up. Ace 5 versus King Queen. Small blind for Rick. Middle position. Now late position for Steve. Your flop.
Ooh, there's that ace.
He checks.
Steve needs to hit Broadway to win this.
Right.
And,
9.
ooh, I thought he did for a second.
And there's a bet. 75K from Rick. Call that a feeler bet. Steve might think he has 2 overcards to the board because of the check on the flop, but he doesn't. A king or queen doesn't mean no good. The only card that helps him is a 10. That's why he's got a 6% chance of winning this hand.
There's more to the game than math. The math says he only has 6% chance to win, but
What? You don't have enough chips to
with
bluff?
that bet,
You can't
no.
bluff
No,
the
you
chip
can't
leader
bluff.
off
No,
the
I'm just
hand?
saying.
Okay.
That 6% was very optimistic.
Yeah, garbage.
Strictly
Yeah.
a mathematical thing. I'm like, your actual chances are closer to 0. Or 0.6,
No, there's
not
always
6.
a chance.
There is a chance, but I said it's closer to 0 than 6.
All right. There your chip counts. Rick got a double up with kings. They held up. And now he's a chip leader. And we're looking at the payouts as well. First place there, $4,700. And even second place, almost $3,000 for a $130 buy-in.
For one day's work?
Woo!
That's crazy. Get on down to the Action Palace and come get a
Right?
piece of these tournaments.
Yeah, if you
especially
missed it.
the Black Chip Bounty tomorrow. 11:15 a.m.
I was going to say, if you missed out today, the word is next Friday we'll have this tournament back for you. And Dave pausing
the
with
fans,
ace
the
king.
fans can't wait that long. We got action tomorrow. Bigger action. Ruthless aggression. I love the bounty tournament.
Rick with Jack 10 of spades going to make this call here. Our Savage now has a stack size where he's got to fold these hands. So it's ace king of diamonds versus Jack 10 of spades. Oof! 6 king
Wow.
queen. Royal flush draw.
Incredible.
Top pair. This could get
There's
ugly.
gonna be some.
You think-
all in. Now it's
Yeah.
time for pain.
It's like
It's like, how do you not? I mean, can you fold it in that spot? You can't fold
my
that.
Lord.
You don't have it. You're on a draw, but man, that's a draw.
This is, yeah. I mean, it's 50-50. I know it says 41-4-59, but ace for Broadway.
Yep.
That's it.
And
Rick punished him right there. Nothing he do, right? That's
right.
Just,
That's
the cards played.
You're
this.
always calling that bet with that draw. That's
Rick!
just so many outs.
1.1 million in chips now. He's a millionaire.
He's Pickle Rick. Should have worked nights back then. When that episode first came out, Ferris was like running around the poker room like for like
Was
a
he?
month going, I'm a pickle!
Rick and Morty, I still like that show. They have any new episodes out? I mean, I haven't watched it in a while.
Not to plug for Cartoon Network, but yeah, season premiere this weekend.
Oh, sweet. See?
Yeah.
I don't watch too much TV. That's the thing. All in here.
Yeah, wow, it worked. that draw, that high spade draw worked so well for Rick last time. Steve's like, you know what? Let me get a try with this king queen of spade.
Does look nice when they're suited. Pedro A7 folds. David Queen 8 folds. Rick, who's a 1 point man, folds as well. Joe as well. Looks like it's going to get through. The only person to fade is the big blind, which is Jack 7. So I don't think Brian makes that call. Yeah. Good play on Steve's part. When you can take down chips without seeing a flop, I think you're doing all right. But he's the big blind this hand, so.
I know how to play PLO. I haven't played in a good decade, but one of these Thursdays, I'm going to jump in with you guys one of these Thursdays.
I think Steve is trying to coerce him to play the PLO tournament.
I am not very good at that game. Just why when I do go play and they're looking at tournaments and stuff like that, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna pass on the PLO there, guys. I'm definitely the fish at the table at that game.
Well, more cards, more chances.
This is what makes me the fish at the table.
So we just saw that Rick's down at the table. He would have King 3.
Right. They put it in the box.
Yeah, it's nice of us. We can see what he had.
Or several. We just had the moneymaker here. I swear to God, every other day it seemed like a horse event. It's all like, didn't there used to just be one per tour stop? There's like 5.
The people ask for it.
Yeah. I mean, when the people they want it and they want to sign up for it, it's
right.
You gotta cater to the customers.
All right, heads up here. Jack 10.
I just didn't think horse was that popular.
Right.
Yeah,
it's not a game I play too much. Queen Jack, Jack 10. Well, horse is a mixture of games. That's why some people like to play. It's Hold'em, Omaha, Raz, 7 or better, and 8s. All right, so Ace 4, 7, 9. With check on the flop.
Speaking of 8s, Brian could really use one.
Dave's gonna take the lead here with a bet and take it down.
Well, that's crazy pineapple. There's pineapple and there's crazy pineapple. There's 2 different variations.
Right. And it's not that much of a difference, but there's a difference. Tell him what it is.
No.
I'll tell him what it is.
Yeah, you tell him.
The difference between pineapple and crazy pineapple is regular pineapple you discard before you see the flop. Crazy pineapple is you see the flop and then have to make a crazy decision. Which way do I go here?
I don't know.
That's why it's crazy because
well, I know, but no, I know that's what it is. It's just it doesn't sound that crazy. So I'm confused why they call it that variation.
Oh, that's crazy. That's different. Yeah.
Right.
Craig was saying there's another version where they give you 4 cards and you have to discard pre-flop and flop. Wow, that's crazy.
That's insanity.
Yeah. Of course, people come up with all kinds of games to get chips in the middle. But I used to deal down on Miccosukee, way far south, and we used to run
I know
Miccosukee. Yeah, we used to run a crazy pineapple game. It's fun.
Checking where you're stepping in the parking lot for like snakes and alligators. You're like, what am I doing out here?
The alligators, for sure.
Back in the day, you'd expect Steve Irwin to come out of the frickin' brush, be out like, crikey, this guy is all over the place. Yeah, mate.
Chrome Avenue was one way, and they finally widened it up so you don't have to crisscross. People were just all over the place. And they didn't have no street lights down. It was like Death Valley. There was actually a sign. Oh, Deuces again. There was a sign of how many people died in that year.
Yeah, it's like that ain't Death Valley. At least you can see where you're going in Death Valley because there's nothing. It's a desert. Out in the swamp, man, you get lost so easy.
Pair of 7s for Brian. Puts in a raise.
He played that crazy that guy. No. And they brought him over there. No, but he says, please don't hurt me.
And Steve All in or nothing. Ace 10.
All right.
Brian Snap calls it off. He ain't folding.
Yeah, Brian and David, they took off. So it's 8-10 offsuit against the hockey sticks.
Uh-huh. He shoots. He's...
Yeah, does he score? Well, nobody scored yet. Let's see this flop first. And then we'll see who scores.
5-8 king. 7.
There's the 7.
Coming. All right, Steve.
Who will be voted off the island next? All right, so walking out of here with $676, though. Not bad for a day's work.
I know they won't do that, but that would be great. They had like fake little torches, and they had to pick it up.
Let's not give these guys fire, okay?
No, it could have been a light. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with them having fire.
Oh, yeah. On our clock, when you look at the tournament clock, it's got a marquee just like we do on the stream, but it has all the payouts, and we don't chop it up once it's already out. So like 6 players left, you know.
Yeah, it runs the whole ticker all the way up to. We paid 21 spots today, so.
Right. Raise from David, King 10, and 8-7 from the big blind. Rick defends because they're suited.
Well, they are suited.
And here's a flop.
Ace, ace. What's that middle card? A 9? Yep.
Yeah, quick check from David, and Rick looked over like.
Yeah, that makes him vulnerable to the bluff.
Right.
Checking that fast. It ain't a bluff no more.
50K.
Now he's got the good. Not even a little scared of them flush draws. Firing
Right.
immediately.
And there's a queen. So when the queen came out, Rick looked over like, did that hit you? Bless you. Check, and there shows pair of 8s.
Aces and 8s.
The real dead man's hand.
Yep.
Don't play poker with your back to the front door. Rick running good there.
I watched that show Deadwood, and that was the only part that's historically accurate. They made up all the rest. They're like, oh, it's a realistic Old West show. I'm like, no, it isn't. The part with Wild Bill Hickok having aces and 8s with his back to the door, and then the poor guy got shot. So that was the only thing historically accurate of that whole show.
Yeah, which is crazy because that was one of his rules. He never played poker. Yeah. And the one time he does.
That was a rule in general. Most players played that way. There was a reason this game's history involves a lot of back rooms. Because it wasn't always the friendly social game we know today.
Yeah. And the late great Doyle Brunson used to talk about how, like, even in his private games, he would worry about being robbed. Not even losing the money on the table. It's taking it home with you, trying to get out of the parking lot alive. So, the Wild Wild West for sure. So, a raise from Brian here takes down the blinds. That's it. Talk yourself into
That's how you get yourself back to 400. You know, you're not going to get it all back in one hand. You know, you got to have some patience. Got to have some discipline. There's a reason they call poker a grind. So when you take a big loss, you just got to get back to grinding and get your way back up.
Really snap back and focus on how you got those chips in the first place. You know, a lot of the game is the cards do the work for you, and good cards. There's all in bet here from David, King 10. Hoping nobody finds anything to play against.
Well, did Rick actually think about playing Doyle before folding it, or?
Well, there he goes, our Savage.
Yeah, Savage.
You talked about getting his chips back, and there it is.
And I said you're not going to get him back in one hand. Well, he might. He's a big favorite here.
Ace King for our Savage, King 10 for David, and there's your flop. A straight for both players? No, David wins. Straight for David.
Savage.
Our Savage is out of here. Yep. Yeah, that's an unfortunate run out. Sometimes getting it good doesn't really pay off, but Nothing you could do there. Ace king and a short stack. I would have done the same play. Rick asking for room to move around. Normally Ron would color up some of those chips for David, but no, unfortunately, he still sits in your same spots. There are your payouts again, folks. If you haven't seen it.
Yeah, our Savage knocked out in 6th place. He'll take home $875. I don't know, Texas Sub. How does a poker player handle a bad breakup?
By finding a new girl.
I don't think that's the punchline. Could be wrong, though.
All in again here for David's aggression. Last one was King, Queen, won it, and now he has Ace, King.
I mean, it worked last time.
It sure did.
David says he needs money for Vegas. I mean, you're trying to win your buy-in here before you fly out? Bold, sir.
I think he's going regardless of what the payouts are, but it makes sense. The World Series about to start in a month, a couple weeks, next week.
Oh, they fold. Yeah, I should have saw that coming. I feel kind of dumb now that I didn't see it coming.
Feels like Brian's like him versus the rest of the table.
Brian versus the world. And he says it's 80K to play, world.
Let's go. Jack 7. That is definitely me.
Yeah, that's you, dude. You're a star.
Yelling about the flush draw versus the pair. That was the Kings. Rick's listening. Yeah. Rick's like, I'm not going to watch the stream later. I'm just going to listen right now and see what he's talking about. Blinds are still 10K, 20K. King, Queen for Brian on the dealer button. Raise and an all-in from Pedro.
Yep. Instantly asks for the count.
Yeah, I mean,
not a good sign for Pedro.
210K. You got 60, 70 invested already, so 150 more, 140 more. Yeah, it's a mathematical call. He's going to show. He's a little bit of ahead. He probably thought he was behind when he was calling. Probably happy to see that Pedro only has King 10. But
spikes the 10. Oh, outs for Bryant. Nope.
Oh.
So Pedro gonna double up.
And that is the ugly side of poker. There's a logic behind Pedro's move.
Yeah.
See, I was very aggressive earlier, and then I toned it down. But unfortunately, you're five-handed, so the ranges change, and King Queen becomes a bigger hand than normal. And sometimes you make the right decision. The good news is it was only 200K. If there's a good side to it, there's a bright side. Hand number 125. So the last one was 124. Pedro got a nice needed double up. He's now got 600K and fires again from the dealer button with King 9. David knows he just got those chips. 8-5 calls from the small blind. Rick with 8 tray. All right, so 3 ways to a flop here. Jack 4 queen. Pedro jumps into the lead.
He's got the lead and the position.
Check from David. And I think it went check. And now Pedro bets from the... Yeah, you know, if they...
Using the position, using the chips.
Yeah, you got to put them on cards. I mean, it's possible that someone has a 4, a small, big blind, but...
Bluffing with the best hand.
Correct. Yeah, how do you do that? You know, you say to yourself, small blind. Small blind called almost reluctantly, and Rick didn't raise there, so he's not showing any strength. So that bet gets through 90% of the time, I think. Rick looking at the clock for chop outs. Chop it up. I'm the chip leader.
Well, Brian did not read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Says 42 is not the answer.
7-3 limp call, no raise. To the flop we go. Joe's got a middle pair. 50K from Rick and all in.
There isn't such a thing as too much aggression.
Middle pair all in. Just doesn't. Rick said, I'm going to trade the reds for the yellows.
He's like, you can't have my yellow chips, though. You can have the pop, but you can't have these shiny yellow chips.
Yeah. That's good timing from Joe. Way to pull the trigger. No respect from the small blind. It's a good feeling when they snap fold. It's a terrible feeling when they call and you only have a pair of 5s. Oops. $100K from Rick. 7s on the dealer button. Joe peels back 1. King Jack for a flip here. Yeah, all in. He doesn't call. He just goes, puts them all in. See if Rick goes just messing around. And Rick said call. He wants to see it. He says, oh, you don't think I have anything? What a flip we're going for. Boom! Jack in the window. 3. All right. So Jack 6-4 tray is good for King Jack for a double up. And Rick knew he was flipping.
And there's our payouts. The top 5. Everybody's $1,000 from here on in.
Right. Not too much difference between 5th and 4th place, but 5th and 1st place is a big jump. So, and Joe's now the new chip leader, 1.1 million in chips. See how the tables can be turned?
Yeah. How the turntables.
I think Rick was just trying to shut down the whole tournament by winning that flip there. He would have.
It would have been four-handed, and he would have had a commanding lead.
Yeah.
He would have had just south of 1.8 mil.
Whew. All right, next deal coming in. That's always when you say to yourself, one hand away from making a chop. I could have had so much equity. Surprisingly, nobody.
Yeah, but if you got that kind of equity, why would you chop ever?
Because of that scenario, though, you go from taking home $3K for first place to now worrying about. Look at the stack size. I mean, Dave, Rick, and Pedro all are even. You know, Brian's the only one with the short stack. but nobody has mentioned the fact I ever heard of chop. Rick's gonna text his girl, I'll be home soon. I'll be home soon.
Yeah, the old I'll be home soon bit.
This. Huh. Can't read that?
No, you absolutely cannot. Just hold it. You need the flashlight for that?
I do.
I'm wearing shades and I can read it.
I don't. I am farsighted. I can see far away, but
okay.
I can't see. That's why I sit next to the big TV.
I'm Batman. I see in the dark. I don't really.
The guy who does that Batman comic thing, he's really funny as a comedy. I don't like his Batman impersonation so much.
Well, it's
skits.
It's not even about being Batman. It's being billionaire Bruce Wayne, which I never figured out.
Right. So Rick, who raised with 10-2s, you can tell a little tell from Rick though when he's a little worried about the hand. He tries to get you off of it. Pedro's got 5s here. Doesn't want to call. Rick doesn't want to call at all. Said he had one of his favorite hands. And Rick trying to rebuild this castle of chips here. So Pedro told me at Pocket 5 is looking for some information, and he just got a shoulder shrug. He's like, oh, all right,
Nah, kid, that's all right. I'll just keep it to myself.
Right. Good fold, good fold. You too. Keeping his foot on the gas pedal, raises to 90K. And all in from Brian here, ace-queen. Best hand he's seen in probably half an hour. So let's go for it. Snap fold. Rick was like, just kidding. I heard the word chop. First time. Some people think they're just going to play it out. There's no chop involved, you know? And I don't mind. I mean, listen.
They are the grinders.
Yeah. They think they have so much of an advantage, or
it becomes less and less about the money and more about the ego and the thrill of defeating a worthy opponent. And then they remember they've been here since 12 o'clock, and they got to get up in the morning for whatever.
The worst feeling is when you're like on a table 5-handed and nobody says chop, and then as soon as you bust out, like, yeah, you only want to chop it. You're like, what?
As you're getting up to leave, that's hideous.
Brian here raises. Just one stack of chips.
Because that's happened to me, and I'd be like, guys, just etiquette. Can you wait till I leave?
Yeah,
you didn't even give me 20 seconds to get up and get my stuff and leave the table.
You're shot away, right?
Just cool it with it, just a little bit.
Raise is going to get through 100K. Joe, Queen 5, does not defend from the big blind, so that's how you build up some chips, even if you're the big blind next hand. Free round. See how Diana shuffles? You can't even hear a thing. That's all I'm saying.
You're like really stuck on that. I have noticed.
It's one of my. Listen, I don't buy the decks. I don't buy them.
Is that like kind of an OCD thing? It seems to be really triggering you. Like 20 of those cards ever.
Not all
fills me with hatred and rage.
Not all dealers deal like that. I mean, we can't have nice things.
I mean, we all got our things, but
Pedro, ace tray, 100K, takes down the blinds. Now we're just pushing the blinds around, seems like. 100K is the number. The blinds have just gone up, I heard. 20-40. Woohoo! Next hand, I believe. Was it 20-40 this hand? I don't know. Raised to 100K. That's a real raise. Joe. 300K.
For Sparta.
Rick's like, come on, man. You already took my stack.
No mercy.
No, there shouldn't be. You know what? And listen, that's the thing. Like, if you're playing cash or tournament poker,
sweet the leg.
It's true. It's just one of those things. You know, as soon as you like let up and be nice to somebody, you just lose.
There's no niceness at the poker table.
I agree.
I check raised my own mother.
And Rick showed an ace, so Joe shows him an ace as well. And Dave pushed the chips a little forward for Diane. There you go.
Yeah, that's...
The graphics say 10 and 20K, but that's 40. It's got to be 20-40 already. Anyways, he raises King, Queen. I'm sorry, Queen 10 of diamonds. And David, like, Jack 10's a playable hand, so let's go. I could get lucky here. Seven tray 5.
Whiff.
Swing and a miss. And it was checking even before.
He swung with his soul on that flop and hit nothing but air.
Yeah. Rick took that pot down. I think the cards were folded even before chips were announced. Now, Joe's spot, you know, like, he's got 1.4 million in chips, just patiently waiting for the short stacks to eat up each other. Play premium hands. You don't have to get involved in anything sticky. Heads up. Pedro just limped in. All in from Rick. Queen 9. Pedro's like, dang, I want to see the chop flop for free. Cheap flops. No way.
Ain't nothing for free.
Nope. Nice play on Rick's part there.
Nothing worth having anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you're either limping in with a really strong hand or a marginal hand like that, Queen 10-9. So Rick sensed it and put in the pressure. And once a player goes all in, there's no way of bluffing them out. Five-handed left with 5 players. There's the all-in button. We're going to see a lot of that now, it looks like. And that works. 100K in chips just from the blinds and antes. So a lot of valuable chips out there. Okay.
That's that boredom we talked about earlier. You keep getting the hand, you keep thinking it means something, and you haven't played in a while, and you've been card dead. So you give it a spin, and that you can get in trouble doing that.
But when one player tightens up, another one loosens up. Rick is really VPIP is going high here. On the dealer button, King 4. Joe folded King 10.
Once again, a pot with Joe, get them chips back.
Right. So
but it ain't happening.
Right. Queen Jack versus King 4, and the flop is 2 spades. Good flop for Rick. All in. Yeah. And he's going to say King 4 spades. Okay. Now we know what you got.
So that's enough to get him up to second place. But look at 3 players out of 5 in the danger zone.
Right.
And Rick just outside of it. I mean, you can only pass chips for so long before the blinds eat you.
Correct. Especially at 20, 40, 40. I mean,
yeah.
100
30, 60, 60 is next. That's 150K in orbit.
Yeah, it might be the end of the tournament.
And fight 5-handed. Man, them orbits are quick.
Right. And then even before the cards are even finished out there, Dave's all in here. Rick didn't even look at his whole cards.
He's like, can I look at my hand first, please?
I know.
Before I make a decision? That would be nice.
He goes all in as well, so... He didn't just flat call. He says, I'm all in.
I'm all in.
To isolate, so it's heads up here.
Joe's like, get me out of here, man.
King Queen versus Ace Queen.
So David is in bad need of a king.
Oh, yeah. And, the fact of facing elimination... Jack 4 trade.
That's not a king, and that's not a king. That's a king, though. That's a king.
Gets a king on the river.
River's the king.
Whee! Poker's so easy. And puts Dave in the chip leader position now, 1.2 million in chips. Wow. One hand. How gross. And Pedro just said, as soon as the chips aren't even passed, he was like, I don't mind chopping now. Yeah, Rick's not gonna like that. Leave them with 300K in chips. Can't do anything about it.
You got two players with less than 5 orbits.
Right. Yeah.
If I'm Dave or Joe, I'm not chopping.
No.
That's me. That's how I do it. I said, if they were kind of passing chips around and everybody's like kind of close,
fair.
Sure. I mean, you can talk about a chop, but that's. Wow, you've got them. Just some math. 4x and almost 5x times the smallest stacks.
Right.
I can't chop. I can't take a deal at that point.
Right.
If I'm either one, David or Joe.
No, I hear you. And it's funny too because that's the whole thing. Like nobody talked about a chop. Rick is all in here. Jack 10. Fold it around back to David. Picks up the pot. All right, gets 100K back to a stack.
Right, and with these 2 smaller stacks, the big stacks really have to apply the pressure now. Make them pay to see flops.
Right, but Joe,
make them pay to defend.
Joe's just sitting back though. He's, I think he's happy where he's at, and he's gonna let the small stacks, like I said, eat each other up. He hasn't played a hand.
Yeah, but when you're the big stack and you can apply that pressure and you don't do it, you let the smaller stacks back in.
Right.
It's when you're ahead. I hate to keep using the hockey analogy, so I'm like, but when you're up 3-0 early, don't play trap.
Right.
Keep attacking.
Yes.
Keep shooting.
Yes. Pedro takes the blinds down here with ace deuce. Just show him the ace. Yeah, they were pocket aces. Yeah, that's what I had. Yeah. Five-handed, back in the blinds, a lot quicker.
Yep.
Joe looks at his watch. I still got time.
Joe got a hot date somewhere? Fours for Pedro.
Yeah, let's see. I'm maybe all in, I believe.
I mean, Brian, he seems to be picking his spots, but with these blinds, he's in for a third of his stack blind next hand, so he's not going to be able to sit back much longer.
Pedro bets 100K. And Joe's got a decision. All in, I heard. Oh, boy. Joe has ace-jack, and he went all in, putting the pressure on Pedro.
See, he committed a lot of chips, and that's what you have to do is the big stack.
That. You were exactly saying
that. You got to do that.
That's good pressure.
Now, instead of a big raise, which is very likely a made hand at this stage, now you got to put your tournament stake on it.
Right.
And so you like it, clearly, but do you like it to bet your tournament on it?
Nope, he did not.
And if I'm the chip leader, if he's got something like fours, obviously he doesn't know what he has. But
yeah, right.
I'm good with ace-jack and applying pressure. I'm like, hey, if you beat me, you beat me. Enjoy my chips, bro.
Yeah, and that's a scenario because also you're five-handed, so
yeah.
You know,
it's like there's not going to be these, I want to play this draw on the cheap. No, that time is over. That's 100, 200, 200. That's when you kind of play those draws for cheap.
Right.
Not here.
Rick with 10-8s on the dealer button raises. I think it's 150. Okay, 135.
Now, when you got a stack.
All right, Joe with
like
queen
that.
8 of clubs, going to make the flat call to see the flop. Brian gets out of the way, king queen.
Yeah, but he just lost 80K.
Yeah, he did. You can see it.
80K, and he's
from a short stack. He's just trying to level up, I guess.
You just can't. You're not going to get too many more hands. You got to make a stand at some point.
7, 9, 8. Both players have an 8. Joe has a better kicker. I mean, Rick thinks he's open-ended, has a better draw, and Joe puts in enough to put Rick all in. So
graphics look a bit off. Rick definitely has more than 195K.
Yeah.
He looks to have about 480,
right.
I guess.
Well, he went all in anyways. Rick put in an extra chip to call. There's an ace on the turn, and Brick, Sivian, and River deuce. So Rick has been eliminated. Okay, down to 4 players. So whatever Brian did was good. He just jumped a pay jump.
Yeah, he folded his way to 4th, basically.
Basically, yeah, for $400 more. And
it certainly is.
And David's got a big old smile on his face. He's happy about that. Whee! Going to Vegas, baby!
And again, this is me. I'm looking at my stack if I'm him, and I'm looking over there at seat 9.
You don't make that chop.
No. I'm like, you know what? And he's in the small blind. I'm like, and as chip leader, I'm looking for somebody. Not necessarily me, but anybody to knock him out, and then the 3 stacks would be a little more closer, and then maybe I think about it. But we'll see. They asked to look at the numbers. And they're okay. They're looking at the ICM numbers.
He played pretty good. He got pretty unlucky, but that's just how it happens.
He got really unlucky.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no fairness, I got lucky. Yeah.
Yeah. He'll say anything. He's a lot of that luck. Have that removed.
Let's talk about property.
So pause while we look at the numbers. So you're saying in this spot, as a chip leader, you just say no chop because of the short stack, right?
Well, I mean, you're giving up a lot of value as the chip leader when, when it's that big of a gap, and it's four-handed, and there's just a few orbits. Huh.
Oh, boy. They ended it for us?
Yeah, that's... Sorry about that, everybody. Slight technical difficulty. Well, we were trying to build the drama.
Yeah.
You know, will they take it? Will they not? But apparently that decision has been made for us. The players ran the numbers, and they did decide on an ICM chop, and we have final numbers here for you. And our chip leader with 1.9 million in chips, he took home 3650, the shortest stack. I should probably go in order. Yeah, I believe David had the second highest stack, 930,000. He took 3164, and the next place, 450,000 chips, took $2,612, and then the shortest stack with 330,000 took home 1638. So
Brian, yeah.
Yeah, Brian, who had the shortest stack. And that's how it ended.
Right. Just abruptly like that. So they made the deal.
Rick the big stack.
Right.
Yes, 30. Well, no, now I have two numbers. No, because 3750 he took home because they played with the numbers a little bit because I guess he wanted a little extra because of that chip stack disparity
differences, right?
That we talked about.
Yeah.
Rebel. No, look for Ganja. No. But that's how we ended it with the ICM chip chop. 3750 for Rick, 3064 for David, 2512 for not Brian. Yeah.
Brian was the last one.
Yeah, I know. 1928.
Okay.
19. Am I looking at that right? Yes, 1928 for him.
Yeah.
So we thank everybody for playing along with us and joining us in the chat. Please remember to like, follow, and subscribe. And also hit up the PBKC Poker Discord for those of you with Discord. And make sure you hit the notification bell so you know when we go live-ish. And join us here tomorrow. Black Chip Bounty. $300 buy-in, $100 bounties.
Love it.
All the action. And that's going to do it here for us tonight on behalf of our production crew, which was Steffi Mo, Ron.
And Gio, right?
Gio, yes, Gio. And Clark said, great show. Thank you.
Thanks, Clark.
Yeah, so until next time at that bounty tournament, good night from PBKC.
We'll be back.